As you all know, tonight is the last night of the 4 scheduled public presentations for Foxwoods, Massachusetts Casino Resort Project, its impact on Milford, and the proposed mitigation measures that the project would implement. Before we begin tonight's presentation, I thought it would be wise to describe the process behind putting these presentations together, which we believe will help many Milford residents better understand the role of the consultants in the process that has been going on for the last month and a half. As you know, our firm was engaged by the town to review the casino resort project proposed by Foxwoods, and principally to coordinate the efforts of the various town consultants and the developers and make sure that they looked at, the impacts on traffic, infrastructure, social and community impacts, and property values. The process which culminated in these 3 public presentations is the one that you'll see a little bit more of tonight. And it really begins weeks before the presentation is made. What happens is the developer proposes typically some conversation, and then in writing, and its consultants propose a specific plan for that particular topic, whether it's traffic or sewer or whatever. That document and that process is reviewed by the town consultants, the town department heads, and they go back and forth. There's a tremendous amount of discussion that occurs telephonically and otherwise, meetings. They go through the various disagreements because there's always a couple of ways of doing something. There's always a couple of ways of looking at it. And then at that point in time where they've kind of got an agreement, the town consultant puts together his draft response, if you will, or rebuttal or whatever, to the proposal that's been made by the developer. The developer then reviews that. They meet again. They go through several more sets of conference calls and the like, and then they finally come to an agreement on what both sides think works. The reason you keep hearing the word collaboration and the reason you see these reports being somewhat in sync is because that's the whole process. It's to determine that what the developer has proposed is feasible, will work under the state statutes, will work under the town's regulations and the like. So at that point, when they finally show up here, they've worked out their entire process. Both sides are relatively happy. I'm sure the developer isn't always as happy because typically it involves his doing more work than he initially thought he was going to. Typically it ends up involving a little bit more money than he thought was going to be involved to mitigate a particular issue. Those reports are then put before you. The reason they show up kind of late, just a few days before, is because literally the consultants keep working on it up until the last minute. Frankly, the reason they're produced finally is because there's a deadline and it says you got to produce these. The public is going to be speaking. The public is going to have a lot of questions about it. These all-hands conversations, consultants meetings, and conference calls take place literally up until Monday before the Wednesday presentation. And even after that, there are things that occur. Today you'll hear something about one of the sites, and there was an issue on what type of road there will be put in for fire protection. Chief met with the developer today, the consultants met with the developer today, and I think they've worked out what they needed to work out. That took until this evening to get resolved. The process, as I said, takes a little longer because it's very, very detailed, and frankly, Milford has done more detail than any other jurisdiction that we've worked in, both in the Commonwealth and outside the Commonwealth. It results in a better process. I think the main thing I'd like to point out, aside from that process, is that these public presentations aren't the last time that the town residents are going to have a chance to look at the reports, ask questions of the town, its consultants, the developer, etc. If the town selectmen do decide to proceed with a host community agreement, and that's an if, don't know about that, what will happen is you will have an entire month while the host community agreement is being negotiated according to the original time schedule we laid out, to continue to ask questions of the town, its department heads, the consultants for the town, and the developer and its consultants. So there's a full month of additional time to ask questions. All the reports are still on the web page for the town. Tonight's reports will be posted again in the morning, to the extent the slide presentations, will be posted in the morning. And at the direction of the selectmen, we've been answering every question, whether it's email, verbal, or whatever that has been submitted and put on the website. So you'll have an ample opportunity for another month to continue to do that. Assuming that a host community agreement is negotiated, and as I said, that's a big assumption, who knows, only the 3 of them, I think, know, then what will happen is there's an additional 60-day period required by statute before a referendum can be run. That 60 days is another opportunity for everybody to ask any questions they have, check on any facts that they want checked on, and get responses to all those questions. And typically during that period of time, there are more presentations that are typically made by the developer in neighborhoods and in community groups answering any other questions they may have. So it's the beginning of the process rather than the end of the process. It was front-loaded so that you had ample opportunity to see what was going on, but you've got at least a month before there's a host community agreement, and then 2 months after that to determine whether it's satisfactory to you, whether you've got any questions that need to be answered and the like. Even after that takes place, we then, if there's a referendum, it still has to go to the town for zoning. So there's another opportunity that's going to take another month roughly for further questions and any answers that you need presented. So it's a lengthy process. It's designed to provide as much information to the town residents as possible, all with a view towards if the selectmen decide to negotiate a host community agreement, have those questions answered in the host community agreement. I think what you'll see is that the host community agreement, if we get to that point, is very specific. It has a significant amount of detail. The promises the developer makes will be reflected as contractual provisions. They will affect only phase one because that's the only thing that we're voting on or taking a look at or that they're proposing. Phase two, should it occur, and the developer proposes it, can't be done without the absolute consent of the town. So there's no ability to get into a phase two process because all this host community agreement, if it gets that far, if the selectmen go ahead with that, will just cover phase one. Phase two is a desire on the part of the developer, but they're not proposing anything specifically, and the host community agreement will make it quite clear that phase two can't occur without the town's absolute consent on each and every item that they propose as part of a phase two if it ever comes around. Bottom line, more to come, more opportunity to ask questions, more opportunity to get any answers that you need, and we'll continue to answer all the questions. I think there's one set of questions that we haven't gotten back to folks on yet, and that's just because this last few days has been swamped. We'll probably do so tomorrow or Friday. There's a handful of questions that we don't have answers to yet just because we haven't gotten to them. With that, Mr. Butera, the CEO of Foxwoods, is going to take it from here and give you some further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Freilich, and very appreciative again for the citizens of Milford for allowing us to present to you today and to the selectmen and the chairman. Appreciate your time. For those of you who are curious, the Major League Baseball trading deadline did expire today at 4 o'clock, and I'm still here. So I don't know if that's a function of my ability to play ball anymore, but nonetheless. Very much appreciate what Sid is saying, and I know that we've presented a great deal of data throughout this process, but this is as much a beginning as anything else. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the town and its advisors to review a lot of the data that's being presented, and in fact, a lot of the data that's being presented now is actually being done very much on a collaborative basis, which is very good, which is the way we wanted it, because it's always been our goal to make sure that we do something, that the town feels like it's a part of and feels like it was responsible for, as opposed to something that, we've kind of presented, as we said, and we're committed to that. As Mr. Freilich said, there'll be plenty of opportunity to thoroughly review, everything that's being put forth, and plenty of opportunity to make necessary changes as the town may see fit. One of the things I'd like to add is whenever you're doing a project of this magnitude, I always call them almost living, breathing entities, in the sense that the development process, really never stops. So, even if we are fortunate enough to get to the point where we get through a host community agreement, and even if we were awarded a license, there's still plenty of work to be done with local, state, and federal, authorities, and whether that be, MassDOT or the Federal Highway Commission or the Mass DEP, or any, local permitting processes. All of that obviously is going to get vetted and continue to be vetted on a thorough basis, and and once again, you'll have plenty of opportunity to get the results of the work that's being done and make any comments or changes that you see fit. Again, because this is very much our hope that this becomes our project, as opposed to a developer's project. I think we have more good information to present tonight. We're going to start with Steve Galloway from Gaming Market Advisors. Steve works for us. He's going to be presenting on real estate impact analysis of the casino on the town of Milford, something that I know is very near and dear to everyone's hearts here. I think hopefully you'll be pleased with the work that's done and the results. We'll then follow that up with an opportunity from the town consultant, Mr. Bill Miller, from Appraisal Research Consultants, who will give you the town's point of view. And then from that point, we'll move on to Sean Reardon from Tetra Tech, who I know has done a lot of work with everybody here. Sean tonight, along with David Hitchcock from CBT, our architects, are going to be presenting on the site design and the stormwater management. And then from then we'll have some further commentary on some other things like the impact on crime and problem gambling and safety and things of that nature. So I think a lot of good information for this evening. And after that, we'll have a very thorough Q&A so that everybody can have a chance to ask whatever questions they see fit based on the analysis that they get tonight. And as always, there'll be plenty of opportunity to have questions submitted and then followed up in further meetings to come. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my good colleague, Mr. Steve Galloway.
Thank you, Scott. I don't want to spend too much time going over myself and my firm. I recognize many of the faces in the audience. In short, my firm is Gaming Market Advisors. We have two offices, one in Las Vegas, one in Denver, and we specialize in providing consulting services to the gaming industry, from operations analyses to feasibility studies, labor and marketing audits, economic impact studies, etc. Specifically tonight, I was asked to evaluate the impact of Foxwoods, Massachusetts on the local real estate market. And it's important, we appreciate, to not only look at the town overall, but the specific area that really surrounds the casino to really understand what kind of impact could be expected. In order to provide the residents of Milford with the most recent data, we looked at all of the commercial casinos, which were 10, which opened up really since the Great Recession began. We wanted to understand recent data. We wanted to look at really data post the recession hitting. And when we evaluated data, we really wanted to look at how was the change in real estate values for the overall state trending versus the town versus the immediate area, to really try to separate out any impacts from the recession or from other developments in the town that we may not be aware of. The objective was really to observe the impact and really give the town a sense of what they can expect in terms of what will happen to their real estate values. When we looked at all the casinos that opened up since 2009, we focused only on those casinos that opened up in neighborhoods or in communities which previously did not have casino gaming. So for example, we didn't deal with Revelle in Atlantic City, as Atlantic City already had 12 casinos, and we didn't think that would be a fair analysis. We really wanted to understand, look at those communities that didn't have casinos before, and then look what happened to real estate values once the casino went in. The results of our analysis showed that 9 out of 10 of the casino-centric neighborhoods tested showed positive appreciation of residential real estate value. The only one that was negative was Toledo, which was de minimis at a 0.24% annualized depreciation, but it's pretty tough to say that was due to the casino, as Toledo is a pretty large town. 9 out of 10 markets benefited from an average of 1.5% appreciation in the residential market in comparison to the rest of the state. And furthermore, what we also looked at the subsets to not only the post-casino opening, but we also want to understand the construction phase, as there's concern that because of the construction, that might negatively impact the real estate values. And same thing, 9 out of 10 of those actually had a positive impact, and the one that was negative, again, was de minimis. Do we believe, though, or do I believe that a casino coming to your town will have a huge increase in the value of your residential? No, I really don't. On average, we found that the neighborhoods increased by 0.13%. Basically, you look at a reasonable tolerance for margin of error. What we determine is that when a casino comes to your neighborhood, it doesn't really have a positive nor a negative impact on housing values. What this chart shows up on the screen, it illustrates that for, on average of our 10 casinos, the states, had a change in home appreciation of 1.23%, and both the city and the neighborhood had a change of 1.36%. Again, a very small change, a little bit better at 0.13% increase in value. While we looked at 10 separate markets, at the last meeting, it was requested that when we give the real estate analysis to really appreciate the characteristics of Milford and try to look at neighborhoods that would be more comparable to Milford. So to do that, we dug in a little deeper, and we really want to look at those markets that were more of a suburban type location. We wanted to have at least 46% owner-occupied housing. We wanted it with at least 10,000 residents and a medium home price of at least $250,000. We identified two markets. One is Hanover, Maryland, where a casino called Maryland Live opened up, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Large-scale casino facility, high quality. Hanover is a nice town. You have $117,000 average annual household income, which is pretty solid. Average median home price of $306,000. Compared to here, about $280,000. Very comparable. And the other example was at Des Plaines, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago, where the Rivers Casino opened up a few years ago. This is kind of, that Milford would be in the middle between Hanover and Des Plaines, but still a nice suburb, which for comparison purposes we felt worked well. Again, consistent with what we learned for the overall 10 markets, the casino markets actually appreciated at a little greater rate than the overall state, but not a huge impact overall. I think it's, again, when we looked at these subsets, and when I say the overall town, we didn't just look at the city. We really looked at subsets of neighborhoods nearest the casinos to really appreciate what's going to happen to home values here. Again, this is just a summary charts of data I just showed, which shows for Hanover, where the state of Maryland averaged going down 0.8%. In that same time frame, Hanover actually went up an additional 2.9%, and the neighborhood subset was 2.5%. Almost identical between the city and the subset. And for Des Plaines, this is actually a situation where the neighborhood was much greater than the casino. I don't know if I can attribute the casino to that or other factors going on within that neighborhood, but what I can definitively say is that we haven't seen anything to indicate that a casino is going to have negative impact. And I could say, anecdotally, when you bring a new development online, a billion-dollar development, which is creating 3,000 plus jobs alone at the facility, which is going to lower unemployment, you're going to have more income coming into your community. These people coming into the community are going to spend more in your community, and that's going to help your overall community, and that tends to have an increase in housing values. Again, just to summarize, there is zero evidence that we found to indicate that the opening of Foxwoods will have a negative impact on housing values in your community. And really, when looking at the houses on the east side of I-495, understandably, these are the houses which are probably represented heavily in this room. These are the ones really closest to the casino development. There's been big concern voiced in the community that, hey, this is definitely going to negatively impact our housing values. And I disagree for 3 reasons. First of all, as the data illustrates, we haven't been able to find those negative impacts in other markets across the country. Foxwoods, Massachusetts has designed a facility whose location ensures only minimal impact on area roadways. And as a consultant and really just as a logical human being, when you look at where the casino is located right on 495, you understand the new interchange going in there. People coming to the facility are not going to drive on local roadways. They're going to take the interstate, they're going to get off, go to the casino, enjoy their entertainment experience, and get back on the interstate and go home. Very minimal road use there. Also, it's really important to realize that the design of this casino, this is not a big Las Vegas Strip casino with big gold buildings. The design of this building is really, appreciates Northeastern architecture and is really designed to weave into the fabric of the architecture up in the Northeast. It's a low-rise building at 6 stories. It's an attractive facility. I don't see, again, why that would lower values. And even if for some reason there was a negative impact for these houses, which I can't see why there would be, I understand the developer has agreed to put mitigation language in the host agreement to protect those residents. So with that as a backup, I can't possibly see a negative of this development. On that, I will say thank you very much and turn it over to the town.
My name is Bill Miller, work with Appraisal Research Counselors. We're a firm in Chicago. We are sorry, I'm using someone else's laptop here, and I'm just trying to see where the keys, there we go. Yep, got it, okay. Just had to find where the right keys on a new laptop that I haven't used. We're headquartered in Chicago. We do a variety of property types. Our name is Appraisal Research Counselors, and that is what we do. Firm was established in 1968. We're an independent firm. We're focused on real estate. We have no competing interests such as accounting, brokerage, construction, development, and we do not accept commissions or contingency fees. What we do is we appraise real estate, we research the real estate markets, and we counsel clients regarding real estate. Types of properties, this is pretty much a catch-all list. Casino property, I think, would fall into the special use properties. We are involved in quite a number of subdivisions, residential developments, condominium developments, office buildings, hotels, pretty much the entire run-of-the-mill of commercial properties, all food groups. Some of the types of services that we provide: market studies, feasibility studies, price, rent, trend, appreciation trends, etc. I won't bother to read all of the details there. So what we looked at in Milford is to see if the question was, is there an effect on the value of residential property that is in neighborhoods that are near where a casino is located? So what we did is contrasted the median values between 2000 and 2013, looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10-mile rings around each casino location that we studied. We also looked at the towns, cities, town of Milford City, Des Plaines, Illinois, the counties and the metro areas to see, as you broaden out what you're looking at, do things change? Is there a depression there? Is it flat? Is there an increase? Is it a mountain where values go up and appreciation rates are stronger? We utilized information from Nielsen. They purchased a handful of years ago a company called Claritas, which some of you may be more familiar with if you've been involved in real estate and demographics. But Nielsen is, I think, one of the largest consumer research firms in the world. With this demographic data, the reason that we use it and find it reliable is because they cover the entire country. They cover it at all geographic levels. They have economists and econometric modeling, and it has been tested. It has met the test of time. The relatively a straightforward comparison: values in 2000, values in 2013. We studied the before-after. That's number one. Number two is we studied the before-after appreciation in 11 states where commercial casinos opened between 1991 and 2013. Now, we did this as really to confirm the results as we looked at these rings, because what we do see, as we see is very typical in real estate, is that values in one neighborhood may appreciate at one rate, values in another neighborhood may appreciate at another rate. There is a myriad of reasons for that. Some of those reasons include, well, a new employer came into town and they're employing people who have the skills, the income levels, and meet the criteria of one neighborhood, but they really isn't changing much in another neighborhood. There is also simply the turnover that happens in neighborhoods. When people go in and buy homes, often there's a period of time, it may be 10, 20 years later until the neighborhood turns to the next generation, where new families come in, renovate the homes, they have new kids, and school enrollments in these neighborhoods will often bounce. They go up and down over time, and the values go up and down accordingly. So there is not a straight median appreciation trend at any level of geography. Boston functions different than Chicago, which functions different than Las Vegas, and Milford functions different than than Boston, functions different than adjoining towns. Neighborhoods follow that same pattern. So by looking at the 11 states, it is really looking to, is there a casino effect in states of where they are negative or positive for the state? We utilized a different index, and that's the federal FHFA, which I have to remember the acronym, but it's a house price index. And it's a true appreciation index designed by economists. It's been operating since back data since 1970s, and it was built on a Case-Shiller model, which if you read the business press in recent years, there's been a lot of discussion every month when Case-Shiller comes out and says that homes are appreciating at these rates. We also reviewed the report that was put together by Gaming Market Advisors, and we reviewed literature on casino effects on residential property values from other providers over a pretty long period of time whenever it has been studied. This graph illustrates the income changes in Milford, and you can see where the center, and it shows the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10-mile rings. We have this completed in our report, which is available on the town's website for every one of the markets that we studied. In Aurora, Des Plaines, and Elgin, there are 3 casinos in the Chicago market area. We selected these 3, but let me jump back first. We selected Milford so that we can look at the exact same numbers and see how the numbers change even in Milford between 2000 and 2013, which is pre-casino. And we see that there's similar patterns when we get into the numbers. We looked at the casinos in Des Plaines because we began with the town's law firm of Shefsky, and they identified several casinos, and they suggested these. We think these are good ones to look at. We also reviewed casino-free Milford, and their list, I believe they had 40-some casinos that were on a list. I can't remember the precise number. We combined those 2 lists, and then we did our own independent research of the casinos. There was a commonality between the lists of casinos in the Chicago area as a good area to study. That's my home base, so it made definite sense there to study. Another casino in the same market is Michigan City, Indiana, which is over near the border with Indiana and Michigan. And a final one that we studied is in Waterloo. These 2 charts here, I know they're difficult to read, and I didn't replicate them for every part of our study. What I wanted to do is to give you an understanding of what we did and how we did it. It shows on the left-hand side, for Milford, Massachusetts, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10-mile rings. We have Milford, we have Middlesex County, Norfolk County, and Worcester County, because we're at the intersection of really all of those. And it shows the 2000, 2013, the median house values. We also contrasted that and those changes with what has happened with median income and also with households. As expected, house prices are highly influenced by median income or the income of an area. It's what the people can pay for houses. The households change tells us, has there been growth in the market? We'll see in Michigan City there's actually been a decline in households in the market. And then in the final three columns are simply looking at the percentage changes in aggregate over those years. What we see in Milford is that within 1 mile of the property, the percentage change was actually less than within 2 miles of the property. But once you're at 2 miles, it's relatively consistent all the way through, but it did not do as well as Worcester County. But it did very similar to the Boston metropolitan, Boston-Quincy metropolitan area. In Aurora, Illinois, which is the example below in the bottom half of the table, we see that within 1 mile and 2 miles, it actually did better. Appreciation rates were better. And as you backed farther away from the property, there was a decline, but it was fairly consistent with the metropolitan area. Now, as you compare the numbers with income, we see that income was much more, did not appreciate, did not rise as much as values in both markets, and that's simply a function of the declining mortgage rates over that time period, primary function of that. Our conclusions, after looking at all of this data, is that the effect on stabilized residential real estate values in each community that we studied, it's reasonably attributable to the development of the respective casino, was approximately 0. So does building, and the question again is, does building a casino, is it going to diminish or enhance the value of a neighborhood to a material degree? And the answer is not in any of the data that we have studied. We note that this is also consistent with Steve's study. We note it is also consistent with just about all of the studies. The one that had a quantitative result, which was cited by Casino Free, Milford, is a study in Henderson, Nevada that demonstrated a 4.6% decline. One, that study is very old. Second, it's in Nevada. Third is they focused on a qualitative aspect of the casino, but it was not, but there were other qualitative aspects, and it's clearly a different market, different town than Milford. And even a 4.6% difference in value is a very small diminution that had occurred, or that they identified on their statistical analysis. So we just note a couple of other points here, and the final one is, I've worked in real estate for a long time. There's always the potential for a specific property to be adversely affected by an adjoining property. Environmental issues, just a simple example. The marketplace, though, indicates that the broad effects of the diminished value across neighborhoods are unlikely. So my understanding of the siting of the casino is it's going to be quite distant from the homes. The sight lines are going to be almost minimal in terms of from the residents that back up against the casino. Traffic is going to be minimal. So let me correctly phrase that. Traffic on Interstate 495 in visits to the casino through the ingress and egress ramps is going to be significant. Traffic coming from Route 16 is going to be significantly less, according to the traffic consultants, and I think that is a fairly logical statement. So. That's the end of my presentation. I'm not sure who is coming next, and we'll be happy for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate that fine analysis. Now, I know that we've come up here and we've presented a great deal of data, time and again at some of these meetings, and some of the feedback that we constantly get is, yeah, I know that's what the statistics say, but what's it really going to be like, in practice, and sometimes it's hard to hear that a pound of feathers is going to weigh the same as a pound of lead, and it just doesn't intuitively make sense. So we're very fortunate tonight to have with us Donald Marinell, Donald is the former first selectman from the town of Stonington, and I want him to spend a few minutes with you just giving his impressions on what it's like to operate a community next to a casino. Obviously, Foxwoods is a much larger casino than what we're contemplating here. So I think, you can just, if you hear something from him, you just, think of it in relative terms as to what it will be with even a smaller facility. But for those of you who aren't familiar with Stonington or haven't been to Stonington, it's quite a beautiful place. It's actually not too far from Foxwoods. It's on the eastern seaboard of Connecticut. It's a town very similar in size to this one, has about 18,000 residents, very much a seafaring, kind of regular way community. It has beautiful historic shops and restaurants. On a Sunday, I like to go down there on the docks and get a bite to eat or something and hang out. It's a really cool place, very historic. I think it's been around since 1649. But it's a really good place. I think one that you could relate to if you were happen to get there. And I think Don can share some practical experiences with you. So, Don? Thank you.
Hiding right behind. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening. I was first selectman of Stonington from 1995 to 2001. I'm a retired submarine sailor, married to a Portuguese girl. I understand this is a Portuguese area, and you might get an idea that Maranello used to be Maranello, and I understand there's some Italians around here too. So driving up here and going around the first time in Milford, what a beautiful town you have. I'd like to congratulate you. It's definitely New England up here. I just wanted to say that I've been watching this and reading this in the paper and over the internet. Being a retired sailor, I have time to read things around now. And my understanding is that, just from a big picture, is that the casino that I live 6 miles from is about 8 times bigger than was being proposed here. So, kind of keep some of that in perspective, I guess. But impact and perceived impact is something that you all need to consider. So I'm going to share my experience as the first selectman of Stonington. During my time, the casino was really just starting to get going. It started in like 1992. I took office in 95. During my 6 years, our grand list grew every time. And in fact, during that time, I was able to lower taxes in the town due to the grand list growth and some of my smart financial ways of looking at debt service. But you're not here to talk about how brilliant I am. And if I was that good, I'd probably still be first selectman. The thing that I would say is that we didn't see a negative impact on real estate values. I was not surprised by what I heard what was said. And if you live right next door, I guess maybe you could have some concerns. But I live 6 miles away. I have other friends and family that live other parts of town, closer, some farther away. And we haven't seen that, negative effects due to that. Stonington is also, if you haven't heard of Stonington, I'll bet you've heard of Mystic, Connecticut. Well, Mystic is a neighborhood in the town of Stonington. Part of it is in Groton, but all of the tourist attractions are in Stonington. So we're a tourist community, and we get our fair share of people coming through. And do we have some speeding and drunk driving and all that kind of stuff going on during the summers when the tourists are coming through? Yes, we do. But I can say during my time, I saw no pattern of any increased speeding or drunk driving in the town of Stonington as a result of the casinos being there. Our biggest problem that we have is the Rhode Island beaches. To get to them, you come through a state road in our town, and that's where we see the traffic jams, the speeding, and that's where we pick up the majority of our drunk drivers coming home from the beach. So from a real estate value and a crime standpoint, I can tell you that we haven't seen a difference. The biggest thing that happened when I was first elected, we built it after a police station was built probably in the 50s. We built a new one. And our police force, during my time, this would have been during a very rapid growth of the casinos, and we did not hire additional police officers. So in the schools, people were, when this was first coming up, oh my God, what's going to happen to the schools? Well, we renovated our high school and a middle school during my time, but we didn't make them, we didn't see an increased class size, we didn't see increases in special education. I paid attention to that. I have a son with cerebral palsy and epilepsy. So I followed what happens with special education. We didn't see increases there. We didn't have English as a second language problems come up. Did we see some cultural diversity, more so than Stonington, which is a very white population? Yes, we saw some, but not in an increase to our school budgets or needed increasing programs for that. Local businesses. After I ceased being first selectman, I owned a coffee shop for 4 years. And I did get some, actually, from a small business standpoint, I did get some of those casino patrons coming to my place because I happen to live in a portion of town that is where the last commercial fishing fleet is, and Whistler's mother used to live there, and Captain Palmer, who discovered the South Pole, because he was down there killing whales and seals. All those things are around, the Mystic Seaport. So people would come to see our attractions, and I gained some business from some of those people that would come to Foxwoods, the resort, not necessarily Foxwoods, the gambling casino, right? And they would spend time in my community spending their money. And when they were done spending their money, I was happy to see them go. So, but we did not see, big traffic problems or crimes because people from out of the area came to my establishment or others. From my own experience, I do not gamble. I might throw a roll of quarters in there every once in a while just to hope to hit the big one, but I always seem to leave it with that and have a couple drinks and go home. And I'm pretty much a teetotaler. Contrary to the sailor part, I really don't drink that much. It's nothing like a tonic only and a sandwich and go home. I do take my wife to the restaurants there. They have some world-class restaurants there, so I do enjoy that. And being a George Strait fan, that's where I go to see my favorite entertainer. So it has brought opportunity from entertainment for my family and many of my friends. We will go there every once in a while. But again, local restaurants are still the places where my wife and I spend most of our time. The Mash and Tuckets, let's just talk about them as how they've impacted our society. They helped us build Mystic River Park, donated the money for that. They built out some kind of a Brazilian wood that lasts forever. It was just going to go nowhere. Couldn't get funding. The town wasn't going to get involved because we were being frugal with our money. The fire district owned the place. They donated the money so that we could build that. If you go to Mystic now, down on the Mystic River, you're walking on in a park that was built by the Mash and Tuckets for the benefit of our community. During my time, they were the #1 taxpayer in town. They sold the Mystic Hilton to another entity, and now they're #6. But they do pay their taxes. They've always been very good with us. From getting involved with our nonprofits, the Pawcatuck Neighborhood Center, the Warm Shelter, which is a homeless type place in MASH, which is meals and a place to stay kind of places, for people having hard times. They have contributed significantly to those organizations through the years and still do. Mystic Seaport, they built the beluga whale pool during my time. So they added to that organization. They were actually hitting some hard times too, and I think adding on the beluga whales, and then when Mr. Ballard did his thing with the Titanic, that kind of helped pick up business there too, and a very successful enterprise in my town. One of the big things I can say is that the reason we don't have negative real estate values in my community is because we have jobs. When Electric Boat and Pfizer were downsizing, right, a lot of jobs are going away. Right around the time when the casino was starting to go, and a lot of people got jobs there. If there's no jobs in an area, real estate values will go down. So supporting the growth of business is an important part of getting value into your home. The defense industry was big in southeastern Connecticut in the 90s. It's, as you all know, spending on stuff like that has gone down. Pfizer has been downsizing for the last several years. Our unemployment rate's about 8% now, which is right around what it is in the state of Connecticut. So as our real estate values in the last evaluation went down about 19%. But I would say that when I look at the data, from building permits and what was going on in the town and sales and stuff. Some of it's job-related, and most of that job-related impact is Wall Street, not the casinos. The casinos have been nothing but a positive driver for jobs and for opportunity for people in our community. Not to say that other communities haven't had their issues going through. You might hear about some of the other towns in our area. To me, their real complaint is on how the host agreement was done, and it was done with the state, and it kind of cut out the towns. And I congratulate you from what I've heard what you're doing and read what you're doing with the host community agreement is God bless you all, because you did a great job with that, or you're doing a great job with that. The state of Connecticut takes every penny that comes out of that. It goes to Hartford, and then we get to beg for it to come back. So the agreement that you have, I think you're doing a wonderful, wonderful job with that. So if I could just say that, you know, your town is just a little bit less than twice as big as mine. The size of the casino that they're proposing here is 1/8 the size of what I'm dealing with, and you're right off of a major road. So I understand everybody has their concerns, and y'all get to speak your mind. But from my experience, and if anybody has questions later on, I'll be around. Come up and talk to me. But we've had a very positive experience with that. And if I can, as a former chairman of the Council of Governments that we have in southeastern Connecticut, if any of the members of the board would like to come down, I'm no longer a member there, but I'm sure we could get it set up where you could come down to one of their meetings and you could talk with 20 of the towns in southeastern Connecticut and talk to them and get their unsolicited input on the impact and what they think about what casinos have done in southeastern Connecticut. And with that, I thank you for the time you gave me.
Thank you very much, Donald. I appreciate that. By the way, just out of curiosity, Donald did mention the beluga whale experience at Mystic Seaport. For those of you who haven't been to Mystic Seaport, it's a great place, but it's a really unusual experience. I actually just did it a few weeks ago, where you actually get in the water with these giant whales. They're really cute, and you can swim with them and pet them and kiss them. It's kind of a cool thing if you get a chance to do that. But thank you. Donald mentions the impact and the community host agreement. I think one of the huge benefits that we have in this process is this ironclad agreement where we'll actually commit to sponsoring significant dollars to all the things that will have impact on in the community, which Donald's town of Stonington did not have the benefit of. So obviously without that, it's we've always said it's important that the community thrive and be successful for us to be successful. So we did do things to support the town, but what we're contemplating here is well beyond anything that was ever done in the past, and I think will be a great benefit to this community. And your leadership has done a good job in making sure that what's being contemplated will be spent wisely. So again, thank you, Don. Appreciate your time. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is turn it over to Sean Reardon at Tetra Tech to talk about stormwater management, and David Hancock at CBT. And then Sean's presentation and David's presentation will be followed up with a presentation from the town's advisor, George Preble, from Beal and Thomas. So, Sean.
I have to look back at the slides, so let me just make sure I don't knock everything down. Again, I'm Sean Reardon. Most of you have seen me already. Just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about the site and stormwater in particular, but wanted to start by saying this is the last of 4 meetings, and I started thinking about, well, this is the end of the sprint, but really it isn't. This is a new process, a beginning process. All the typical process still has to happen. So we still have probably a dozen permits that we have to get from various state agencies, various town agencies, federal agencies, all part of the normal development process that we haven't even started yet. So I started thinking about, well, I was kind of getting relieved that this sprint was over, this being the last of the 4 meetings. But in reality, this is going to be a nonstop process for us from now till hopefully 2 years from now when we start building things. There's process with the state government, there's process with the federal government. Even the MEPA process is going to start immediately. When we finish with this process here, we're going to be filing an ENF with the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act to document all our impacts and all of our information for the state. So stay tuned. There's plenty of opportunities that have very specific forms for very specific subject matters and very specific permits. So this is really just the beginning of the process. So now just to really quickly recap the site, again, 187-acre site, currently zoned business park. So the zoning on this site supports a really dense business development project. So even 1.5 million square feet fits under zoning on this site. Real good thing to notice, or a real important thing to notice, and it'll be a subject of our later discussion, is about 55 acres were the original wetlands on the site. We found some more during the course of our study, but we'll get into that. Real important thing is 7 certified vernal pools. Vernal pools, for those of you who don't know, are special breeding habitats. So there's certain animals, salamanders and frogs, that they need what's called a vernal pool, which is a temporary inundation of water. So during the spring it's full of water, but it dries up the rest of the year. So what happens is they can go in, lay their eggs, and have their babies in the spring without any fish or any other predators living in that water because the water dries up. And then those animals that breed in the water, then they go up and live in the dry areas outside of the water. So unlike most other resource areas that when you think about them, you think about, okay, wetlands, got to protect the wetlands. With vernal pools, it works a little bit different. They use the wetlands and the vernal pools as breeding habitat, but they live in the uplands. So what it does is it creates a huge area around those vernal pools that's what's called exceptional value habitat. So that's why those become a real critical issue for people like the DEP and the Corps. And on this site, we have 7. Each of these red dots is a certified vernal pool. So 750 feet around those, that's to each side. So a 1,500-foot circle is what they consider the habitat around those areas. So the Army Corps of Engineers and the DEP regulate those areas very stringently. Now, I mentioned that during the course of this study, we found some more pools. So we found a couple additional vernal pools. We also found some new wetlands. Now, if you remember, in the beginning of the process, we talked about developing the upper site. When we made that decision, we didn't know about these wetlands. We didn't know about these additional vernal pools. We knew about all the rest of them. We knew about all these, but these 2 here, and 3, these 2 wetlands and the additional vernal pool, ended up being right in the middle of our project. Now, the first vernal pool we were able to do something about, and we designed the facility around it. So here's the original layout, and you'll see that vernal pool was right here, and people will recognize that. But even after we talked with the Army Corps of Engineers, Jerry Preble and the folks from Beals and Thomas, and we found additional wetlands right in the middle of the site. So even after our conversations with the Corps, we found additional wetland impacts that made that upper site a challenge. Now, you'll remember back in our previous discussions, our whole goal in the beginning was to aggressively try to get that project up by the highway, to get it close to the highway, to get it close to Fortune Boulevard, and keep it away from the neighborhood. And we really exhausted everything we could do to try and get it up on top of that hill. Even go so far as to move the transmission lines. Now, that was a big deal for us, very complicated process, but we wanted to do it to get that project away from the site. Now, Jerry might mention this, but when we first met with the town's consultants, they were like, they didn't believe we were going to develop on that site because they knew the vernal pools, they knew how stringent that area is, but we were still committed to doing that project up on the hill. Now, what's important to know is we can't just develop this project. As I mentioned before, huge permitting process. Big part of that with the vernal pools is you have to deal with the state, the DEP, and have to deal with the Army Corps of Engineers. Now, they have a very specific process. You go to them with a project, they make you do what's called an alternatives analysis to prove to them that your site is the least environmentally impactful. So when we met with the Corps, the first thing they said, well, let's see the alternatives. So we left and we said, well, we got to develop that we got to take a look at developing that lower site. Army Corps' principal concerns were number 1, which was surprising to me, was relocation of the transmission lines. They're the federal government. They have a lot of history with public utilities and relocating and making transmission lines go across the country. So they're the big dog in the room when it comes to dealing with utilities. So they know that when they have a utility line that gets moved, it's going to create what's called secondary impacts. It might not fill a wetland, it might not disturb a vernal pool, but there are secondary things like you have to keep the trees short, you have to keep traffic, keep a pathway through there so they can maintain their facilities. They call those secondary impacts. And that was their primary concern. They didn't want to see that transmission line move because they knew it would create new impacts. They also were concerned, if you look at all these vernal pools in here, back to that statement about the animals breed in the pools but then live in the uplands. So it's real important that they have connected access to all the uplands in this big area of open space up here. So what the Corps was concerned about was our roadways and our building were cutting off the access to these vernal pools to their upland habitat. So again, another reason why we wanted to look at the lower site. And then finally, the new wetlands that we found right in the middle of the hotel. So those are late additions to the game that really fundamentally changed our viewpoint of the upper site. So that pushed us to the lower site. So when I say pushed, perhaps people would look at it and say, well, you should have been there first. And in hindsight, I can't disagree with that. If we knew everything we knew today at the beginning of this process, don't think it ever would have been an option to even develop the upper site. But this shows you a little bit about how we worked out the lower site to fit the same program. It's the exact same program. Buildings are the same height, same square footages. Everything sits on the same footprint, the same kind of look, but on the lower part of the site. Now, key thing here, less wetland impact. So from a DEP standpoint or from a federal government standpoint, they're going to look at this as having less impact. We won't be filling any of these wetlands. Also, fewer impacts to vernal pools. You'll see we have a couple of vernal pools here, all of these up here, but they all have access to that upland habitat and a way to connect to other upland habitats. So even this pool here connects through here. This one here, we're going to leave a space along so that the salamanders and frogs can move in this upland area and move to this larger bank of upland. And finally, no relocation of the transmission line. So from the Corps standpoint, leaving the transmission line where it is a big, big net positive for them. Now, what's important to notice about this site is obviously it's a lot closer to the neighborhood. But we're going to continue to work with the Corps. We're going to continue to work with DEP. We're going to continue to work with the town to do everything we can to try and get that development as far away from the neighborhood as we can. But what you see here is the closest it will be to the neighborhood. We cannot move it any closer because we've got we've got wetland boundaries here, and we have no plans to develop this site. Even though it's a pretty big upland area, it's not big enough to fit any of our programs in a big way. So how does that leave us in a comparison? So the site is 187 acres, okay? And we mentioned about this being business park zoning. The business park zoning allows what's called a 0.5 FAR. That means you can have a half a square foot in building for every foot of site that you have. So that means you could literally have almost 100 acres of building under zoning. So this right now is a million square feet, phase 1 and phase 2. It's a lot less than 100 acres. But phase 1, the site is about 40 acres. So the mass that we need for the site, this area here, is about 40 acres. For those of you that recall the Village at Kingsway project, the residential project that got almost approved, it's about the same footprint as that. So the phase 1 is about the same land mass as that Village at Kingsway project was. Of the 40 acres that we need for the site, 20 acres of that is impervious, so the buildings and the parking garage and the at-grade roadways. Now phase 2, much smaller, but it's actually broken up into two pieces. So phase 2 is partly on the area on the uphill side of the site, but it's also adjoining the existing phase 1. So the purple that you see is the phase 2 expansion. There's hotel and parking spaces on the uphill side, and then additional gaming, additional restaurants, additional retail that's attached to the existing phase 1 building. So phase 2, about another 20 acres to fit that program, 6 of which is impervious buildings, again, buildings, roofs, and at-grade roadways. Then we need another 10 acres. This is the Route 16 connector road. So that's the road that connects the highway down to Route 16. That road is going to, in all likelihood, be a DOT-controlled roadway. So we got to give that real estate to DOT. So they will control that roadway, we'll maintain it, but they'll own that property. So we estimate about 10 acres of that would have to go to the DOT to maintain their road. About 3 acres of that is pavement. The rest is the berm area, the median, and other areas that are used to maintain the roadway. Now what that does is it leaves about 117 acres of open space. and about 158 acres of undeveloped space, some of which is part of the development, but a big, 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 what we say, green component. Now, the 117 acres, again, that's not part of the project, so it's part of the host community agreement. There's going to be discussions about the disposition of that real estate. We anticipate some will go back to the town or some will go to conservation restriction, but we don't know. That's going to be part of the host community agreement. So we're going to take a quick look deeper into the site and talk a little bit about how we get to and from the site. The first thing we mentioned was the Route 16 connector road. So this is going to be a 4-lane roadway, 2 lanes in each direction, and it's going to have a 12-foot median. It's going to be owned by DOT, but again, it's going to be maintained by the project. Going to be a lot of landscaping in that median, a lot of work to keep that nice because it's going to be really our gateway. And as we mentioned, 95% of the people that are coming to the site are coming from the highway, and all they're ever going to see of our project is this connecting road and this connecting road. So it's real important that we keep that looking great and keep that really kept up well and really landscaped well. Then we have a small entrance drive, about a 300-foot entrance drive. This, again, is going to be 2 lanes in each direction, big boulevard section. This is going to have an 18-foot median. So, again, the architects want to make sure this is bucolic and looks really great and have a lot of plantings. So what we want to make sure is that has a really entrance statement for the casino. So that's going to be a big, wide median. Again, this will be Foxwood zone. This will be on the site. Then we get into the project. We have an access road, which connects to the entrance drive and connects back to the garage, and also connects to the valet and drop-off area. So this is the front door right here. That's where if you come to drop off your husband or your wife or your grandmother, you're going to drop them off at that front door. If you're coming to game by yourself, you're going to come in, drive into the garage, park in the garage, and then come directly into the casino from the garage. This is only 3 lanes through here, again, because we don't need to process that many vehicles in that aggressive a pattern. So we have 2 lanes coming in and 1 lane going out. The reason for 2 lanes versus 2 lanes in one direction, not the other, is because the direction coming in, we're processing a lot of left turns off of that, so you could have traffic blocks. We want to always make sure that traffic has a way to get by. Whereas when you leave the site, those are all right turn lanes or right turns coming out of the garage, so those don't typically block traffic. Phase 2, similar situation. So you see the purple buildings from our earlier description, hotels and some function space up here, parking garage, and then gaming and restaurant and retail here. 350-room hotel, parking garage. It's about, I think, 1,200 parking spaces, and then the gaming and the restaurant and retail expansion over against the Phase 1. The way this is going to work is under Phase 2, we build a new access road. This would just be a 2-lane access road because, again, all you're really serving is those 3 hotel components. So if you're gaming, you're probably going to still go to the Phase 1 garage. If you're staying at those hotels, you're more likely to use the garage up by the hotel. That's 2 lanes in each direction, or 1 lane in each direction, I'm sorry, and a 10-foot median as well. So that's how you access the site and how the site looks. But probably the biggest thing for us in this phase of the project, or what we're talking about tonight, is stormwater. Now, we've had a lot of discussion about water and sewer. That's been the focus of everybody's attention. But what a lot of you might not know, but people in our business and people in the town know, is Milford's kind of at the forefront of stormwater controls. EPA, the Charles River Watershed Association, have been really adamant about focusing on Milford, Franklin, and Bellingham as principal contributors of phosphorus to Charles River. Now, that might mean nothing to folks here, but what phosphorus does is it's the stuff that gets in the river and creates the algae blooms and all that additional vegetation that really chokes out resources or chokes out the river. So the EPA has focused on these 3 communities as being kind of the first place where elevated phosphorus starts to come in the Charles River. So what's happening right now is the EPA has draft regulations that says we're going to treat Milford, Bellingham, and Franklin different than everybody else. We're going to put controls in place that say you've got to treat phosphorus. Nobody else in the state has to yet, but Milford, Franklin, and Bellingham are going to be the first ones. So what it means is the town's going to have to do more to treat phosphorus. The businesses in town are going to have to do more to treat phosphorus. All stuff that's going to be managed through the EPA and through very stringent permit requirements. So although the focus is on water and sewer in the initial programs, I think in the next coming years, as soon as EPA issues those regulations, stormwater is going to be a big part in this community. So it's real important that we have a real strong strategy in treating stormwater. And frankly, we've got a big site, so we can do a lot. I'm used to dealing with sites like Lowe's and sites that are much more constrained than this one. Very, very few opportunities to deal with stormwater. Part of having a big site and a lot of excess space, a lot of ways that we can deal with stormwater and do things to make things better. But beyond that, even though we do have a big site, we're going to do a lot of aggressive things to make sure that we reduce that stormwater load on the environment. First, reduce paved surfaces. We've talked about this before. Every parking structure that I put in a garage is one less parking space that I have out on a site. So, you know, if you had a Lowe's that had a parking garage, that parking bank would be a fifth the size of what it does at grade. So what we've got now is we've got a 6-story parking garage that's covered. So every one of our parking spaces, every one of our passenger car parking spaces is not exposed to rain. So that means all the pollution that traditionally comes from a parking lot, the oil and stuff getting off your car, getting into the storm drain and getting out to the resource waters, none of that happens here because every parking space that we have is protected by a roof. The other thing is, okay, we've got roofs. Well, roofs are a big source of runoff. You get a lot of rainwater that comes right off your roof and creates peaks in your stormwater discharge. So if we can do something to reduce how fast water comes off our roof, that'd be a great thing. So we're committing to doing a lot of green roofs. And you'll see in David's presentation later, it almost looks like a Hobbit house because everything's green on top. So that's a real big part of our program. Also, we intend on employing low-impact development techniques. These are more kind of fine processes, bioretention basins, rain gardens, but these are final design elements, but we're committed to doing that all to try and reduce our stormwater impact. And then finally, our strategy is explicit here, is not only meet all our requirements, we're going to exceed every requirement. So if we have a state mandated requirement for TSS removal, we'll exceed that. If we have a mandated requirement for even phosphorus removal, now phosphorus removal is not a requirement right now, but we think it's going to be in the next coming years, but we're even going to exceed that. Not only are we going to employ it now or meet that standard now, we're going to exceed that standard now. So real quickly, let's just talk about what the stormwater system is going to look like. This is actually, the site's pretty big, so we have a reasonable effort to design a system. But we've got space, so we can do the best system that are available to us. There's 2 ways we're going to treat stormwater on the site. First is subsurface infiltration systems. These are things that are underground. So they're kind of like a septic system, but it's for clean water. So all the roof runoff goes to these infiltration chambers, underground chambers that let the water recharge back into the ground. The ones you see here are sized, the blue figures that have kind of rectangular shapes, those are all underground basins that the water from the roof goes into and is allowed to percolate back into the ground. These are currently sized so that 100% of our roof runoff gets back into the ground. None of it flows overland to the overflow. Now, there are peak times where that might happen, and as design advances, we might lower that number because our requirement is far less than that. But right now, they're designed to make sure that, to prove to the reviewers and to prove to the town that we have enough space to meet all of the stormwater requirements we have for roof runoff. The other component is you'll see in these darker green areas are infiltration basins. These are the open detention basins that you're familiar seeing. They're open to the air. They have plants in them that help treat the stormwater as it goes into them. Every bit of pavement that's on the site goes to one of these basins before it goes to discharge. So all this water that comes off the pavement that we've got on roadways or any other parts of the site that are paved go to these stormwater basins, which treats it, allows portions of it to get recharged back into the groundwater, and then only then allows it to discharge to the wetlands. So real quickly, stormwater performance. Here's what we're committing to do. Okay, TSS removal, that's total suspended solids removal. That's like sand and grit. You have a requirement, the state requires you to remove 80% of that. We're going to remove 85% of that. Might not seem like a lot, but getting that extra 5% is a challenge. So another 5% is beyond what's required. Water quality volume. This is a number that's, you're required by the state to treat a certain amount of water that comes off the surface to make sure that you're getting that grease and oil that comes off of the roadway, making sure you're getting that in that what they call first flush. In most areas, it's a ½ inch times the impervious area. So we've got to store that much water in our basins. In critical areas, like areas that are tributary to water supplies or other sensitive resource areas, the requirement is 1 inch. So even though we only are required to do ½ inch, we're going to meet that higher standard and make sure our water quality volume equals 1 inch of the runoff times the impervious surfaces. Other groundwater recharge, we're only required to recharge a certain amount of groundwater. We're going to nearly double that, or instead of 0.35, we're going to do half an inch. Then the other thing, pre versus post-development. What this is when you do a project, you're not allowed to make it so that more runoff comes off your site and floods your neighbors. We have a requirement that we have to meet pre-development conditions. So we're not only going to meet pre-development, we're going to go well below those conditions. Now, right now, we have I think we're about 10 to 15% below what our current discharge from that site is. So we will have 10 or 15% less stormwater coming off our site in the post-development condition than we do currently. And then finally, this is the big number. This is what we talked about. This phosphorus removal, when the EPA regulations go in, the town's going to have to be responsible for figuring out how to get 65% phosphorus removal in Milford. Means that individual landowners are going to do it, and the town, as one of the biggest owners of pavement, is also going to be responsible for it. So what we're going to do on our site is 75% phosphorus removal. So in every case, we're going to exceed the stormwater standards. Every case. There's not one where we're just going to meet it. Every case, we're going to exceed it. And the good news is we've got a big site. We can do it. We've got good soils. We can do it. It's going to be a lot of design, and it's going to be a lot of work to detail it. But if you take a look at our stormwater report, you'll see the details of it. But just rest assured that we're not going to just meet the minimum standards. We're going to do a lot more. Now, we talked real briefly about the wetland impacts that the DEP and Army Corps are going to look at. We do have a few anticipated wetland impacts. But right now, the wetland lines that we have are approximate. And we've tried to use the most conservative ones we have. So we've worked with Jerry Preble from Beals and Thomas, and we've used past data, and we've done our own work to make sure we've represented what we consider the most conservative line on the drawings. So when we identify a wetland fill, there might be a chance in the future that we won't actually do that. It might change a little bit, but it's good to have a plan for it. So right now, where we have a bridge crossing getting down to Route 16, we have about 400 square feet of wetland fill. Now, we've identified a mitigation area right nearby where we can do 3-to-1 mitigation. So what we're planning on doing, anytime we fill a wetland, we're going to create 3 more feet of wetland. So if we disturb a square foot of wetland, we're going to create 3 more square feet of wetland. Again, we've got a great site, big site, can do that, a lot of wetlands, so we've got a lot of opportunities to do it and do it well. Then we have a small area of bank that we're going to interrupt here on our Phase 2 roadways and a stream crossing here on our Phase 2 roadways. But that's the extent of our anticipated wetland impact. We are going to be building up close to the edge of the wetland, but working with the state, working with your local conservation commission, we'll make sure we don't create any impacts that we haven't foreseen. Last thing I want to talk about, site utilities. So we talked about bringing sewer up East Main Street. We talked about improvements to water in earlier presentations. All of our services are going to come off of Route 16, off of East Main Street. So water, sewer, electric, tel data, and gas, all going to come up the connector road. So no disturbance of local roadways for our services, but we will have disturbances to install those infrastructure upgrades. But our services will stay within the connector road. Now these will be within utility easements to Mass DOT. Mentioned before that DOT is going to own those roadways, so we'll, as part of that transfer, negotiate an easement with them. Then the utilities all turn up into the site again in defined corridors. Again, water, sewer, electric, tel data, gas, just right up our driveway, and eventually into the building. Now, the 2 other things we've talked about briefly is a potential water loop back to Fortune Boulevard. So we are still looking at that. Spoke with Chief Toohey and spoke with the water company. That's absolutely our preference. The facility cannot have an interruption in service. So there's no way we would ever allow just a single connection to the street where if the water main in East Main Street broke, we'd lose service to the site. So we will, at a minimum, have some redundant service to our project, either a water tank or a loop back to Fortune Boulevard. So just know it's not a question of we're doing this for somebody else. It's a non-starter for us. We have to have that. The other thing to notice too is, we got the National Grid transmission lines. We've got a substation right there. Yeah, it's a problem for us from a site standpoint, but you know what? Casinos use a lot of power. So if I had a casino that was at the end of a local distribution network, there's no way it could power the casino. So we'd have huge upgrades of local infrastructure. In this case, we've got all the power we need right at our front door. So we've talked with National Grid about expanding the substation to provide power directly to the casino. So as far as local brownouts or issues with power during the summer, You won't have that because our power is coming directly off of transmission. So with that, I'd like to bring up David Hancock to talk a little bit about architecture.
Thanks very much, Sean. And I am really excited to be here because I love talking about architecture. I'm also conscious of the time, so I'm both going to talk fast and talk short. We want to pick up where we left off a couple of weeks ago. As Sean said, the casino design, the buildings are very much what you have seen before, and so many of these pictures are going to look familiar to you. But we do have some new stuff. So this is the casino. Now, we were asked to answer a few questions, and most of those questions were, what does the building look like, and what's it, how is it going to affect my area? What will it look like for my house? So I just want to point out again where it's located. Ah, there. And here is the great vastness of the site. And the casino located just here. And you can see that it's very compact. One of our points was to minimize development impact. And in order to do that, of course, we've brought it all together. We did want to make a quick comparison, as Sean did, between the kind of development that would be allowed under the commercial zoning that's in place for Fortune Boulevard, and similar zoning is in place for this site, and just compare similar numbers to what Sean told you. There's about 20, a little over 20 acres of impervious area for roughly 11 and a half, or maybe even as high as 15% of the site would be impervious. The Fortune Boulevard, we went back down through here and measured each one of these buildings and measured all the parking areas and took an area of that Fortune Boulevard development that's approximately equal to the 187 acres. And what we found is that there's nearly 90 acres of impervious land there, or roughly half the site area. So just a quick comparison of the way that we've been able to minimize the development by bringing everything together in a very compact way. We talked about the aesthetics of New England and the engaging the landscape. We've talked about the aesthetic elements in buildings and how we'll deal with those. The new ground floor plan that I can illustrate here shows, as you know, the parking garage that wraps around 3 sides of the development here. This is the gaming floor. It's a 1-story development. All along here, looking out over the wetland, would be the restaurants and cafes and open space. The hotel kind of wraps around the town green over here. And then, of course, there's the future development on the upland. And to get there, there's a bridge across the wetland and some views back across there. The upper view, as Sean pointed out, features the hotel bars here in the second phase, and along here in the first phase, wide a variety of green roofs. And these are the kinds of activities that are likely to take place on the site. Some outdoor potential sculpture park, hiking areas, and that sort of thing. And what I wanted to point out very quickly is that all of those activities take place on the opposite side of the garage. The local neighborhood down here will be essentially buffered and in some sense shielded from any of those activities that go along with the resort. So while that face is 600 feet, the actual distance out to any of these activities is closer to 1,000 feet or 1,200 feet. Now, we were asked also to try and illustrate the view from the neighborhood. And to do that, we first took a section through the entire site, which starts up here on the hill. There's the Phase 2 development, the valley and the wetland, which runs down through here. Here's the courtyards in front of the gaming facility. There's the garage tucked into the hillside. Here's more wetlands and more woods. And finally, you get over to Route 16 over there and the Wildwood street is roughly in that area. Then we took that area in the red box and blew it up. So here again is the garage, the woodland, the wetlands. Here are the houses along Wildwood. And we then took, we made a little animation, and it's going to take me a second to get this up, but I'll be right there with you. Okay, Corinne, thank you. Okay, so here we are. We started up in the air. We've moved across the site. Now we're coming back down to ground level, coming up Wildwood Drive. So you can see back in the background. I'll just play it again very quickly. So we start up in the air. We fly over. We land the helicopter, bring it down to ground. Now you can see all of the woodland that's there along there, and which masks the height of the buildings in the background. And if I can just pause this. Oh, sorry. Anyway, let's go on. The point being that the view of the casino area is shielded by the garage. Now, yes, you will be able to see the garage through the woods, perhaps. What we plan to do is build what's called a green screen. This is growing plants on the face of the garage. We'll also carefully shield any light coming out of the garage. That is, we will shield it so no light comes out of the garage, so that there won't be any glow up through the woods either. So in these ways, the garage will be very disguised, and will actually be well, it'll be just part of the natural area. We'll, of course, as we said before, use native vegetation for the most part. And the other point that Sean began to point up is that this will be one of the most highly sustainable, one of the most water and energy efficient developments of any casinos that have been done. This is a very complicated slide. You can study it at your leisure, and I'll be glad to talk to anybody about any of these features at any time. Now we'll just move on through the picture gallery of what it's going to look like. This is the entrance drive, which, as you can see, is a nice country drive. The entrance, town green, the arrival entrance. Here is the way in which the porches at the base of the hotel buildings meet the landscape and provide great permeability inside and outside. This is a new view we've developed looking from the bridge area, which is the connection between the early phase and the following phase, and looking back out over the wetland. If you step through those doors and go outside, you'll be on a deck, and this is the kind of view down into the wetlands. Again, all of this area well buffered from the neighborhood. This is the arrival place, not far from the front entrance, and again, broad glass openings looking out over the wetland. And you can see the banquet area on the left, and the casino and gaming area would be on the right. And that concludes our presentation on this, and I will turn it back to Mr. George Treble.
Thank you. My name is George Preble. I'm the president of Beals & Thomas Incorporated. We're a firm with offices in Plymouth and Southborough, Massachusetts. And we were retained by the town's attorneys to help provide a peer review of the project.
George, you should talk closer to the mic.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Just to go through it, Beals and Thomas is a multidisciplinary consulting firm. We're located in Plymouth, as well as Southborough. Our principal offices in Southborough, Massachusetts. We've been in practice for 29 years. The majority of our work has been focused on the 495 area, and we're fairly active in the 495 area through various committees and such. We have expertise in peer review and master planning services. We've assisted many municipalities, and essentially, the way we look at a peer review is we're here to evaluate the project objectively, try and make the project better if we can make it better. If it's a good project, we say so. If there are comments that may advance some different thinking on the project, we say that as well. And in looking at Sean's presentation, I'm pleased to see that many of the comments that we made have been incorporated into the project. What we were specifically asked to evaluate were the environmental constraints on the property, particularly the wetland resources in the vernal pool areas, general site design, and the stormwater management. This is in reference to what Attorney Freilich had referred to before as the collaborative effort and the periods of time of concentration. As Sean had made reference to earlier, when we were originally retained, the project that was before the town was in the upper campus in an area near the vernal pools that Sean has described, and we initially looked at that in the early part of June through the end of June. And Sean has described it accurately. In our first meeting with Sean, we actually had said we were surprised at the location of the proposed development because of the proximity to the vernal pools, wetland resources, and particularly because in the research that we had done in preparing for the project, a project hadn't really been proposed in that particular area before. There were 2 prior projects proposed in the current location of the current development, actually, which is one of the reasons why it's been moved up there as well. But as you can see from the slide, there was about a 3-week period where Tetra Tech and their design team went back and looked at different options. And then in the latter part of July, we've reviewed this project extensively, had numerous meetings with Tetra Tech and their design team, the attorneys as well, to try and advance our comments on the project, get clarification on the project, request additional information and such. Our original scope on the review of the original report layout was the review of the original report layout. And as I mentioned, significant constraints were initially identified. In fact, actually, we were subsequently retained after being engaged to provide an even more independent peer review to actually go out, look at the wetland resources, review the stormwater management by actually not just reviewing it, by actually doing some supplemental calculations as well, and to do different exercises in that regard. It was quickly apparent, and we shared this information, there was a back and forth between Tetra Tech and ourselves, that when we went out there to look at the wetlands, they were significantly more expansive than that were shown on the GIS data that the Tetra Tech was using at the time. There was no delineation. They had gone out and looked at it in critical points, but the actual delineation that had not yet occurred. We had also identified additional vernal pools that would affect the property, and as you saw the earlier version, there was a vernal pool that was actually tucked into the interior of the development. Because of that, we had had some significant discussions and suggested a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers that Sean has accurately described. As we went in and met with the people at the Army Corps, they actually looked at the project, said that there would need to be an alternatives analysis for the specific development program that they were doing. There was significant concern about the relocation of the transmission lines. And there wasn't really the opportunity to go back now and look at vernal pools only because it was outside the breeding season. The breeding season really had essentially ended at the time of when we had undertaken our review. So because of that, actually, there was a lull in our services for a brief period of time. We did receive the revised resort layout in July of this year as well. This actually slide is from Tetra Tech, and it was actually shown earlier as well. It shows the current location of the project. And as you can see, it shows Phase 1 and Phase 2 together, the access off Route 16 and the main access off 495. This is a summary of some of the wetland work that we did, because that was principally wetlands and stormwater were our principal task on here. As I mentioned before, we had done some initial site visits in June principally looking at the original resort layout. Had the Army Corps come out and look at this in July 17th, they were really looking at the vernal pools that were constraining the original resort layout on the upper campus, but also to look at some additional vernal pools that we had identified and Tetra Tech had seen as well as the project advanced. Frankly, referring to what Attorney Freilich had mentioned, we even completed recent site visits as late as this Monday, actually, to look at additional wetland resources out there. What the wetland line right now is being used is the historic wetland delineation that was done for the prior projects out there, as well as Tetra Tech had gone out there and looked at critical areas to look at. We had gone out there and looked at critical areas as well. And at this point right now, we'd say that the boundary of the wetland shown on the revised resort layout is generally accurate. And what I will say with that is actually, in addition, John didn't touch on it, but what Tetra Tech has done is established not buffer zones, but really setbacks for planning purposes. They're not setbacks that may necessarily be maintained, but because this wetland has not been confirmed through the Milford Conservation Commission, if DEP needs to be involved, and the Army Corps of Engineers, there have been specific setbacks established for this as well. But one thing I wanted to make, and the point being on that is, in case there's a revision to the plan, there is some small availability of some room to move this, shift the location, shift detention basins, and so on and so forth. But one thing I want to stress here as well is that the design that we reviewed is conceptual. There's not a lot of detail. There's sufficient detail to look at it as to whether it's going to be feasible in relationship to where the wetlands are and so on and so forth. But essentially, the design that's proposed now maximizes the use of the upland area. The site is restricted by the wetlands and the vernal pools. In fact, the shape of the building and parking area configuration is essentially to fit in within those wetland resource areas. And given a 30 to 50 foot offset, depending on what the resource area is, 30 feet for bordering vegetated wetland, 50 feet from hardscapes, to allow it as the design gets refined to either move it inward or outward. I mean, our concern on this, and I think actually it's been acknowledged by Sean during this presentation, is that, I mean, they have expressed a commitment to us and the town's attorneys that as this project advances, they will try and keep it as further away from the neighbors as they possibly can. This is essentially the closest this can get, primarily because it's bounded by the wetland that are in place right now. Some of the comments that we had on the project as well, on the site plan specifically, there obviously will be significant grading associated with this particular project as it progresses. As has been referenced before, this is not the last bite of the apple. There's going to be significant permitting should they be awarded the gaming license, and there was reference earlier to following up this presentation with filings with the MEPR office with an environmental notification form. A vast amount of information would need to be submitted. And the reason we mention that is there is significant grading. Earthwork analysis will need to be completed. In that, whether that generates truck traffic for earth being moved off the site, whether it's relocated on the site, how the wetland boundaries will be respected, and so on and so forth. Another issue that'll need to be vetted is emergency access around the buildings. As I mentioned, the site itself is conceptual, but there actually does show emergency access. One of the issues that we had identified is some of the emergency access on the phase one is around the building, but it's at the base of the building, adjacent to a retaining wall. It's a grass paver. I understand actually that Tetra Tech even today has contacted the fire chief as well to see if that's acceptable, and I think Sean can speak to that later if there's questions on that, but I think that's been discussed as well. We've recommended that they engage the fire chief with this process to get what is acceptable on the table. There are some phase two vernal pool constraints as well. The phase two location of this, which again has been mentioned, will have to come back to the town as well for an evaluation. They'll have to take a look at it, but that is in the area of actually where the original resort development was proposed as well. And there are vernal pool constraints to that as well on the plan that I don't have, but Sean had shown earlier. The parking lot for that is bounded by 2 vernal pools, and they'd have to carefully consider that as well. We also looked at the stormwater management. I think actually the presentation was very complete, but I did want to mention actually that there are assumptions in the stormwater management report that need confirmation. As Sean had mentioned, primarily this is an infiltrative design on this particular project, but the soils on this particular property are a Hatfield Hollis soil rock outcrop. Typically what that means is, for the layman, is it's a very rocky area. There's bedrock within 2 feet of the surface in many cases. And so it's also, as I mentioned, being surrounded by wetlands. It's fairly proximate to the groundwater maxed by the wetlands. So they will need to go back, look at the soils data, look at the groundwater data to make sure that the stormwater basins function appropriately, because the point being, you can't have infiltration with the basin in the groundwater. There's a separation, usually it's 2 feet separation, so they need to vet those details, which we've had discussions over the last week, which they've assured us that if they do indeed get the gaming license, they will actually go through that exercise, and they're fairly confident that with the buffers that they've established that they can accommodate that. Picking up on what Sean had mentioned as well, there are low-impact design features on here, the green roofs and the cisterns, which are commendable. The green roofs will assist with the stormwater attenuation. The covered parking lot will reduce what could be an expansive parking lot. Phase 1 alone would have 4,200 parking spaces, but the parking lot will be covered so that won't be going necessarily to a stormwater basin. The water quality that Sean had mentioned as well, instead of using the ½ inch, the first flush, they are using the 1 inch. The one caution I would mention on that is, with the vernal pools on the property, vernal pools do require that the first 1 inch of runoff in the area directed to them is treated. So one of the issues that we've mentioned as well is the viability of these vernal pools on the property. There needs to be a very detailed evaluation of the stormwater to make sure that the water balance that exists now to these vernal pools will exist after the fact. And when they do that, they will have to treat the first 1 inch. Sean mentioned on the EPA residual designation discharge program. We had identified this early on, that actually they take a look at this because in another role that I have, I'm the co-chair of the Water Resources Committee with 495, and we've been dealing with this particular issue the last 3 years involving Milford. Part of our review is to assist Milford to get some funding to do some studies. The EPA provided funding to Milford. That final permit has not been issued. It's been delayed. I think there's a promise that it would be issued at the end of this year, but there's no finality to that. They're trying to match it up with other permits as well that the town of Milford will be involved with. The point in us bringing up this as well is there has been talk of a stormwater utility that towns would join. There's funding mechanisms that help that move forward, and that may be of interest to the town as well. In summary, the project design generally appears feasible. Essentially, if the design assumptions can be confirmed, the design assumptions I've mentioned with regard to confirming where the wetland line is, confirming where the stormwater constraints would be, and where groundwater and rock would be. Additional site analysis will need to be performed, earthworks analysis, fully designed stormwater, but most importantly, as other people have mentioned here as well, there'll be a fully vetted local, state, and federal permitting process, and in that, there'll be greenhouse gas, archaeological issues, noise, light, photometrics, so on and so forth. There'll be an extensive study on this, so this is really a preliminary evaluation of their conceptual plan that it is feasible should all these design assumptions have merit. So that's essentially our presentation. I thank you, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, George. Appreciate that. You know, I hope everyone can see the amount of time, effort, and money that's gone into this process to date. You know, what I'll say is, you know, relative to the other projects that are taking place in Massachusetts, I think we, you know, far and away have exceeded all of them in terms of the amount of work that's been done and been presented on the project itself. I think the other communities have spent a lot of time focusing on what the economic impact will be and what kind of money they'll get out of their community host agreements. But really, it's a great tribute to the selectmen, your advisors, Mr. Freilich and his firm, and our team in terms of what we've done here. And I think it's been somewhat extraordinary, and I think hopefully sets a great precedent for what's going to happen in Massachusetts. A couple things I'd like to mention, and we're going to get into some summary slides, is I know there's been a lot of talk about Phase 1 and Phase 2, and it's absolutely prudent that we present, what the project could look like in its entirety. But it's also fair to recognize, and I hope everyone understands, that with regard to Phase 2, absolutely nothing could happen on that front without, kind of reopening discussions with the community on what a Phase 2 would look like, and it would, in all likelihood, require an additional commitment by us, and certainly a great deal of vetting. I'm sure not dissimilar to what we've done here. So I don't think anybody should, think of Phase 2 as something that is a rubber stamp. It certainly, wouldn't be. Again, really, we want to make sure that everybody understands what this thing could look like. I think the good news is there's considerable amount of excess, land even with Phase 2, and this is, as mentioned many times, a low impact design. Again, just please understand that would be the case with regard to Phase 2. I also think with regard to the low impact design, we have a real opportunity to do something quite extraordinary here with regard to building a sustainable project. I know that that's very much at the forefront of everybody's thinking, in today's day and age, and there are a lot of projects that emphasize sustainability, but not so many on the resort side. So again, I think we have an opportunity to really set the tone, really throughout the world, in terms of what we're designing and creating something that, is economically responsible. And once again, having a project in Massachusetts that can, stamp its feet and say that, we were at the forefront and we created this, I think could be something extraordinarily special. So with that, I'd like to bring back Mr. Reardon. We're going to go through some summary slides. There's been a lot of material presented, so we thought it made sense to go through each of the topics quickly in summary fashion, and then we'll have a chance to have question and answer.
Thanks, Scott. So real quickly, we're going to go through just a summary of all the work that we've done today and just synthesize it all down to a few critical points. So from the very beginning, traffic's been a big issue. Always been a known problem, always been something that we wanted to work at diligently. In summary, we have almost 30,000 trips in Phase 1 on a Saturday, 20,000, 22,000 on a Friday. Big thing, more than 90% of that comes from 495. So 90% of that traffic never touches local roadways. A little bit under 10%, including that accessing 109 and accessing from 109 and 85, is 10% from the local roads. Our biggest project mitigation is the major highway improvements, the collector distributor road and the new interchange at Route 16 that allows us to put 95% of those vehicles directly into the site. Also, a lot of work for that median is a lot of work for that widening and those highway work is going to happen in the median. So no work closer to the neighborhood and actually moves mainline traffic further away from the neighborhoods. Also have an extensive program of local intersection mitigation, even at intersections that we don't have impacts on. We've taken a look at all those intersections to try and make sure that we're doing everything we can to make traffic better, even if it's not something that we're making worse. And finally, a big part of our mitigation is to hopefully fund the MWRTA's transit service to Milford. Right now, the MWRTA does a great job providing access to other communities. We think from a project standpoint can do a real lot to reduce our employee trips, service our gaming patrons, but also just serve the overall purpose of making sure that we're a transit-oriented development. Water, everybody's been here for water. The big concern there is significant new water user in town. Admittedly, we have a big demand, particularly for heating and cooling, and particularly during the summer months, but we think we've got a really solid strategy for how we're going to create, not only offset our impacts, but create a net benefit for the town. 135% of our project demand we're going to offset by finding new sources within the town, and those are all new sources underneath current permits. We're also planning on upgrading infrastructure in East Main Street and also doing something to reinforce that East Main Street dead-end water service, both to serve our project and to serve the community. And then also, as far as water goes, is our on-site stormwater systems are going to protect the local water supplies. Sewer, again, same as water, big user in town, big demand for sewer service. And especially when you consider that there is no sewer available in the area. So as part of our project mitigation, obviously the biggest and first thing is to extend sewer up East Main Street, not only to our site, but to all of the properties east all the way to the Holliston town line. Last thing, or one of the bigger things, is inflow and infiltration. As part of our connection, we're committing to a 5-to-1 II mitigation effort. What this means is for every 1 gallon of flow that we add, we're taking 5 gallons out during peak times. So that directly manifests itself in the treatment plant as reduction at peak, a net reduction at peak times. And finally, all the information that we're going to generate and all the information and all the projects that we're going to design are all going to be based on hard data that we're going to get from new metering stations in the field, and also going to help the town develop a new model that'll help manage the system as well. Stormwater, we mentioned water and sewer, real important, but in our minds, stormwater is just as important. You might not know it now, but you're going to soon. Big site, big development, a lot of stormwater runoff. Our project mitigation, as Scott mentioned, we're going to go low impact design on just about everything that we can. So we're going to do green roofs, we're going to do cisterns, we're going to do all the stuff that we do that all reduces stormwater and treats whatever stormwater we have to the highest extent possible. That includes 50% green roofs, structured parking for 100% of our parking, and meeting all those higher standards. Also wetlands and recreation. So we've got a great site, a lot of activity around with the Vietnam mountain biking trails and all those trails and everything. And what we're going to do is part of a responsible developer is minimize all of our wetland impacts. Given how many wetlands we have a very modest program of wetland impacts. So, and even those impacts, we're going to mitigate it 3-to-1. Also, area right now does not have trailhead access anywhere. I mountain bike quite a bit, and one of the biggest problems, actually, I was just talking to one of the guys from our development team. He asked me, where do people park when they go to mountain bike in Vietnam? Well, they park all over the place. So one of the big problems we have is no trailhead access to these trails, and that's one of the things that we're looking to address.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And obviously, with these wetlands and some of the open spaces, in the 150 acres of excess land, there will be plenty of opportunity and discussion with regard to how that land will be used. Obviously, we've talked about having a very low impact, design, one that has a lot of sustainability. So I think that'll be a big part of the discussion in the community host agreement. Also, there's a lot of those wetlands that need improvement. So I think there's an opportunity to, enhance those areas and make them more beautiful and have, hopefully bog walks and things like that where we can not only just have them as conservation areas, but be able to enjoy them as part of the facility in a non-invasive and sustainable way. So thank you. Steve?
Thanks, Scott. To go over some of the issues I covered, crime and law enforcement. As we have shown, there is no increase to the crime rate due to the casino. There will be an increase in the number of petty crimes which will take place on casino property. This has been, Foxwoods takes it very seriously. They will pay for any mitigation for that, which includes increasing the size of the police department. There will be no diversion of existing police resources today. In addition, we're going to pay to improve communications to handle increased police and fire and EMT call volume, and also spending about $0.4 million for upfront funding and annual cost of about $1.4 million a year. In terms of fire protection, Foxwoods recognizes that this will be the largest building and largest on-site population in Milford. There will be an increased demand for fire responders and equipment. Again, Foxwoods has taken that responsibility very seriously. They're going to be funding about $1.1 million a year for additional funds to the fire department. In addition, there will be some upfront costs on top of that. And it's important to remember that this building is a new building, monitored 24 hours a day with cameras all over the entire property, and is built to the highest standards. It's very unlikely that a significant event could take place. In terms of schools, the numbers up on the board are actually from the town's HR&A consultants, as that's what the mitigation was based on. Very similar to my report, though. We're only going to have 165 people that will have to relocate to the region. About 31% have school-aged children. At the end of the day, we're talking about 20 new students in Milford. Based on discussions with the town, that should be a total cost of about $121,000, which Fox was going to pay for. Should that number be greater, there will be language in the host community agreement to ensure that the town is properly funded for that. Residential property values, as we discussed in detail tonight, We haven't found any research to indicate that there will be any negative impact at all on residential housing values. In addition, when you look at the project being built, it really has very, very minimal impact in terms of sight line to the houses. And those houses that would have a site, you'll be looking at a very attractive green building that you probably won't even see. In addition, should there be negative impact to housing values for that group of houses, that'll be part of the host community agreement to ensure that funds are provided to pay for that. Finally, in terms of the economy and existing businesses, we've gone through the numbers in terms of the significant impact from construction, positive impact, the significant funding of money going to the town for the operation of it. But there's been concern about how's it going to impact local businesses. From the hotel standpoint, it's important to remember that this is only a 350-room hotel, which quite frankly is grossly undersized for development of this size. I did a hotel impact study for Foxwoods, and there is a lot of availability for hotels on weekends here. They fill up during the weekday as it's more of a business-minded hotels. Those rooms during the weekends will be utilized by Foxwoods to put their gamers into them. It will have an overall positive impact on the hotel market here in Milford. In terms of the local restaurants, I don't think you're going to have many patrons going there, but I think the employees, the 3,200 employees of Foxwoods, will be going into town during lunch breaks and dining and enjoying the restaurants. There's no reason to believe that with this many people coming in, that it will have a negative impact. In addition, part of Foxwoods is to provide voucher systems for local entertainment and restaurants. And on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Scott.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. That's quite a short summation of a great deal of work. A couple things I want to talk about with regard to. Oop, I think it was the wrong way. No, sorry. As soon as I get the slides back. Okay. One of the things I want to talk about is problem gambling. Problem gambling is something that we take incredibly seriously at Foxwoods. We actually have a very senior officer in our firm, a vice president, that dedicates a lot of his time on problem gambling, and we commit a lot of human resources and capital to helping those individuals that suffer from problem gambling. Problem gambling is not good, despite what many may think, for the gaming business. Any type of professional gambling is not good, and we greatly discourage it, and in fact don't allow it, at Foxwoods. Gaming is a form of entertainment, and anybody who comes to a casino with the desire or intent to win money is absolutely there for the wrong reason, and we try and discourage that whenever possible. If you were to come to Foxwoods, you'd notice a couple things. The minute you walk in the door, we have significant literature with regard to problem gambling. We've always been at the forefront of this effort. We make sure that people have access to problem gambling help and materials wherever possible. If you were to stay in our hotel, or if you were to look at one of our common TV screens, you'd see a message from me talking about problem gambling and how to recognize it and how to help those who you might recognize are suffering from it. And then we'll have an 800 number that you can call if you or someone is suffering from problem gambling. We work with the Connecticut Council on problem gambling. We dedicate a lot of money to their efforts and make sure that those individuals are being helped. We have specific programs for women with regard to problem gambling, and we actually sponsor Problem Gambling Awareness Month, which is in March every year. So, again, it's something that, we take quite seriously and dedicate a lot of time and effort on. And that would absolutely be the case here in Massachusetts. We would, obviously dedicate money to the state-mandated fund. We would have on-site treatment for problem gambling, and we understand that we would be a contributor to what would be the largest, in-nation prevention and treatment fund. So, again, it is something that there are, fortunately, only a small number of individuals who are affected by problem gambling. I think it's 2% of the population. I think here in Milford, if we were to do something, we don't think it would be create an incremental problem, because there will be gaming in Massachusetts regardless. I mean, there already is with regard to the lottery. This is one of the largest lottery states in the country. And obviously, folks here in Milford already have access to casinos. But nonetheless, it is an issue and one that I want to assure you that we'll take, incredibly seriously. With regard to jobs, tax revenue, is this jobs or tax revenue? I think I missed one. Okay, jobs. With regard to jobs, obviously this is an absolute, major portion of what we're talking about. I know that here in Milford, we're all incredibly fortunate that you have had great leadership, and the town of Milford is in good financial condition, which not many towns in the United States can say. But obviously, there's a lot of debate going on with regard to jobs, how to create jobs. It's a big, big fist fight in Washington right now with regard to budgets and stimulus programs for jobs. This will be a huge supplier of jobs, not only at the casino but throughout the community. We estimate that we're probably going to have 3,000 some odd jobs at the casino. Probably you'll double that with regard to the folks that will be supporting the casino. Again, as we've said, we will look to work with the community to procure goods, services, probably in the neighborhood of $50 million plus a year. So obviously there'll be great job creation throughout not only the casino but throughout the community. Obviously, we're going to look to hire people from Milford first. It's our highest priority that Milford succeed. This is the reason we're here. We want the folks of Milford to benefit. So obviously, we'll make every effort possible to make sure that we're filling those jobs with people from the hometown. And then with regard to tax revenue, again, great kudos to your leadership and your community for being in good financial condition. But look, the future is very challenging. The state of Massachusetts is not in good shape financially. There will be pressure on the amount of money that the state can dedicate, back to the communities. So we hope we can come in and help fill that void. We are talking about, $20 million, plus with regard to what we're offering. Again, that's money that, I know with your leadership and your efforts will be put to good use, and hopefully will make, Milford the great community that it should be for a very long period to come. We've also had the pleasure to work with the leadership within various departments here in the community, and, again, I think you're all very, very fortunate from what I've seen in working with the police chief and the fire chief. These are very dedicated, bright individuals who, are taking great care of you and have worked well with us because we appreciate what they're doing and want them to be as successful as they can be. We will be dedicating significant dollars to both of those efforts. Again, usually you have a development come into town and, they're not providing, this type of, resource. They're really relying on the community. They may be paying taxes, but they're leaving it up to the community to fund what it needs. Obviously, that's not good enough for us. We want to do better than that, and it's just been a real joy. And we are comfortable making these investments because we know it won't be wasted, and that money would be put to good use because of the respect we have for the folks that are running those departments. We also will probably dedicate more money for other departments. I know in our last meeting, Chairman Buckley brought this matter up, and it's very important for us that whatever departments need resources as a result of what we're doing, get those resources from us. So I think we'll have great impact on the tax revenue and on the funding side for the community. So with that, I would just like to say thank you. Again, this was a summary. It's a result of a great deal of work and money on both of our sides. So appreciate all of you being here today, and we continue to look forward to working with you. And with that, I'll bring back Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. I think Chairman Buckley will start the question session.
Thank you, and once again to our visitors from Connecticut, we welcome you, and to the consultants from Chicago, to the selectmen and former submariner, thank you for your service to the country. The questions I provided earlier to our consultants, so those shouldn't be a surprise. I'd actually like to begin with the Beals and Thomas report, if I could. And I'm sorry, the gentleman, your name again, if I could.
Jerry Preble.
Good evening, Jerry. So clearly this is a tough site. We've learned that historically from other developments. And I'm not sure, but Jerry, does Beals and Thomas have specific experience with that site from any prior development?
No.
Okay, so the things you reviewed are just past permits and other people's experience in trying to develop that land, is that right?
Exactly. We met with the town planner early on in this project and tried to research the history of the property, past permitting, and actually the topography and the constraints that comprise the land.
Well, I'd like to begin with first saying, before I get into some of the questions I had on some of the comments, congratulations on doing one of the more thorough reviews I've seen throughout this process. So it's helpful that it cites some things that might not otherwise have been identified and speaks to Beals and Thomas' independence as it relates to this matter. On page 8, if we could, just paragraph 2, I wonder if you could explain, I know it's hard to concisely represent all this. It says that it appears the boundaries of the wetlands constraining the revised resort layout depicted in the overall existing conditions and demolition plan. We understand that the full delineation will be need to undertaken as the project progresses. You talked about it briefly, but you know what I'm trying to understand. Let me tell you my approach. I'm trying to understand and help the community and myself, frankly, through this process of with a casino, without a casino. We understand as a community what it's like not to have a casino within our boundaries, but frankly, we're trying to understand and get a grasp on what it would be like with a casino and on that property. So what I'm trying to understand is to what extent experts relied on modeling and theoretical information versus site walks. I think you had cited, Jerry, on one of your examples where additional site walks identified additional vernal pools and wetlands. Mm-hmm. So it's feet on the ground that actually did that versus some of the aerial photography and whatnot, right?
That's correct. Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What type of work needs to be done in order to empirically understand what the wetland constraints are on that property and the constraints with regard to the vernal pool?
Well, quite frankly, actually, the wetland on this particular property is using historical record information from the prior 2 projects. And obviously, the first project was in 2000, the second project was around 2006. So actually, that wetland delineation that was before the Milford Conservation Commission has expired. Doesn't mean that it's not accurate. It just means that there's a passage of time that's occurred. So frankly, I know that Tetra Tech actually had gone out there and looked at it, did a general reconnaissance to look at the wetland line that was previously approved or reviewed by the town with respect to those 2 projects to see if it was generally accurate. We actually went out as well. Actually, we had a meeting with the town engineer and Tetra Tech as well, and said at the time, we were asked before to go out and look at the other line because it had never been delineated by anything other than, I believe, MassGIS. MassGIS is Geographical Information System. They compile a lot of data. It's accurate with a certain degree of tolerance. You actually have to go on the ground to take a look at it if you're going to advance a design. It's good for planning purposes. But what they will have to do, and what they acknowledge they'll have to do, is they will have to go out there and do transects, which is actually, you look at the soil data on either side of a wetland boundary. They'll have to go out there and do that in a formal manner, present that to the Milford Conservation Commission through a filing with them. It will probably be reviewed by a peer review consultant as well at that time, and there may be changes to that. Hopefully they won't be significant. That's one of the reasons we went out there as well and looked at the wetland line to get a general sense of, is it pretty consistent with what is shown on the plan based on record information? But the reality of it is, you need to go back before the town, look at the wetland line, and give a substantial amount of data as well for that.
Okay, so there's still a fair amount of work to specifically delineate wetlands and identify vernal pools. which is my second point on, in the same page, item 5, you talk about the difficulty in identifying vernal pools outside the breeding season. You mentioned that in your comments.
Right.
You also talked about additional vernal pools exhibiting characteristics or areas that vernal pools may exist, and that all of them may not have been identified to this point. Is that?
It's not necessarily they may not have been identified. They've not been confirmed. We've identified some as potential vernal pools. That particular comment, actually, let me just take a look at it before I comment on it. Yeah, we said when we had gone out there, we identified additional areas that could be potential vernal pools. You can't really confirm if they are certifiable at the time, but what we were saying is they probably are certified vernal pools. I believe, actually, they're actually on Tetra Tech's plans now as potential vernal pools, but I'm not 100% certain. Is that correct, Sean? Did you put them all on there? I apologize.
Yeah, the red dots that you saw in our figure
Yeah.
include both the certified vernal pools and the potential vernal pools.
Right, and what that means is, yeah, there may be more, but some of these are interior to the actual wetlands. What I mean by that is there's a wetland boundary, and then the vernal pools are inside that. Some of them are not, but actually they'll have to verify that as well, actually.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. This is,
Yep.
for folks that don't read this every day, it's sometimes difficult, as with some of the other presentations.
Right, and I should have mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, there is that is a distillation of a report that we provided to the town as well. Yep.
Okay.
The
On page 11, item 1, you mentioned that the plan appears feasible, however, some of the assumptions made are aggressive. Could you just elaborate on that
Sure,
for me?
yep. Actually, and just to the way we formatted that, that's obviously comment 1, then there's A through D. And the aggressive assumptions are what I referred to before is, right now in the design of the stormwater management, there's no confirmation of the groundwater elevation or the bedrock that you'll need to design these basins. You can go to soil conservation maps, and actually it's pretty well known that that actually is a Chatfield-Hollis rock complex. What that means is, to the layman, is it's actually a very rocky soil. There could be bedrock. There are bedrock outcrops on that particular property. When you design an infiltrative system, obviously you can't design it in bedrock because it needs to infiltrate.
Right.
You also can't design it in groundwater because it needs, again, you can't infiltrate into groundwater. So the reality is they need to consider the offsets that they have. There's usually an offset to infiltration to seasonal high groundwater as well, not just where you find the groundwater, you then adjust it. So what we're saying is, without that data, it may be aggressive now to say, actually, that they can accommodate that. We had a discussion, actually, with Tetra Tech with this. They've indicated they're fairly confident of that. But without the data, you can't necessarily confirm that. What does it mean if they can't infiltrate it? They would have to go to another form of stormwater management that would not be infiltrative. It would be perhaps what they refer to as a detention basin or a wet basin. You put the basin in the groundwater. Typically, they'd be more expansive, they'd be bigger, because you can't get credit for the infiltration. You have to discharge it, so it would be a different type of design. So that's actually where that is. Again, it's the same with, perhaps the grading actually associated with those basins. Right now, they're considered to be, 4 feet deep at a certain location on there. But the reality of it is, maybe they need to be bigger. If they need to be bigger, you may have more off-grading. They're fairly close to the wetland boundary as it is, although they have provided a 30-foot offset to wetland hardscape, meaning the parking lot hardscape, not a landscaped area, so on and so forth. So if actually it starts to get constrained, it may chip away from some of the setbacks that they've allowed, the tolerance they've allowed themselves to gain in this. So that's what our last sentence was as well, is, we understand the proponent is fully committed to evaluating the groundwater bedrock in proximity to wetlands as the design progresses, because it may change their design. They may need to move things, even more compact into the site.
So I guess what I'm trying to do is net this out and say, and I'm trying to interpret what you're saying, so help me and make sure I'm not putting words in your mouth. without additional data, the complete feasibility of that report and the things that were shown on the Tetra Tech report are not yet known. Is that fair or not?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, this is a conceptual design. It's a, you look at it, does it make sense? It does look to be feasible, but they're going to have to confirm that those designs are in fact accurate. They've said that they've looked at it in fair amount. You know, we looked at it as well, but we, as you mentioned, we're pretty impartial. We have to point that out, actually, that you need to look at those particular parameters. Would they be able to do something else? Yeah, there's a lot of room elsewhere on the property, but it's not proximate to the footprint.
Right.
So they may have to, you can pipe things away actually to different locations to find another area. Obviously that is a function of gravity to pipe it away. You need to find that as well. And the reality is you're at the lower portion of the site, so you're not going to pipe it to the upper portion. But they would have to find other areas to do that. Could they do that? We didn't look at that and whether they could do it, but I'm sure there'd be other areas they could look at as well on this particular property to do that. It may not be exactly where it is now, though, but it is an issue. That's why we pointed it out.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
We ran into some of the same issues with empirical versus modeling data on water, and it isn't clear necessarily whether we're going to yield the things we'd like to yield in order to make this project move. So whether that water is capable is similar in that regard. Let me ask you about the phosphorus loading, because certainly this community is felt under attack, and maybe that's the wrong choice of words, but it's been an aggressive move by the EPA in order to specifically target Milford, Franklin, and Bellingham. It's been alluded to here in estimates. We were very fortunate to have a very capable town engineer that helped walk the Board of Selectmen and the rest of the community through this process, Mike Santora. That was anticipated to be a very significant cost. And I'm wondering why the total phosphorus load and the environmental impact associated with the Charles River water basin, this analysis was limited to just the site. Was that a limitation of scope in which you were provided? And the reason why I say that is part of the questions I provided earlier were to ask about construction and the net result after the 495 connector road. It's been referred to as similar to the Lowell connector. I'm expecting that Lowell connector-like road system would also have an impact on our total phosphorus load and what's called here the impaired nature of the Charles River. Is that studied here at all? Because I'm trying to find the net environmental impact of the whole thing.
I'm not sure that was the, I'm not sure I understand the full question, but I think I know what you're getting at, actually, with regard to the EPA. I mean, as I alluded to before, is in a different role, actually, and actually I see my co-chair here as well. I'm the co-chair of the 495 Metro West Partnerships Water Resources Commission, and I was actually with Mike at probably dozens of meetings with regard to this residual designation authority. I mean, as you know, that hasn't been promulgated yet. What
Right,
the
we're
outcome
still,
of
I
that
think,
will
in
be.
the comment period, right?
Yeah, well, actually, the comment period's closed, actually, but
Okay.
with all the comments that were presented, there was a significant, as you may have known if you which I'm sure you did, attend various
I did.
meetings with this, there was an outcry from a broad spectrum of people, homeowners, regulators, so on and so forth, town officials, about what the cost would be to towns, specifically 3 relatively small towns at the headwaters of the Charles River. I do know that there are other initiatives ongoing right now. For example, there was a meeting a couple of weeks ago with actually removing phosphorus from fertilizer. As you may know, that legislation passed. Part of these initiatives were to look at that proposed draft and the costs associated with towns complying with it and find low-hanging fruit, like why don't we try and take phosphorus out of fertilizer? Why don't we do different things that may be easily accommodated? I'm not defending why they didn't look at it in the detail. We didn't look at it in that detail either. Quite frankly, what I wanted to do in bringing it up, and we had identified it early on to the proponent, was that they look into this and not disregard this in this presentation, that they acknowledge it, acknowledge that it's going to be important for Milford, that they comply to it. And actually, as well as even, as you know, there's talk of a stormwater utility. And for people in the audience, what that means is you don't necessarily pay a tax or a fee or a user fee for stormwater as you do for sewer or water. However, the cost to comply with stormwater issues now, because of federal mandates and so on and so forth, is significant. And the costs that you alluded to are quite significant, and it would be an incredible burden on the town. There is an effort to get partnerships within towns of large users and so on and so forth to help participate in a stormwater utility if that happened.
Right.
So we wanted to put it on the table so that they were aware of that and that they would acknowledge it, which actually they did if they're going to exceed the value. How the value is established, I'm not certain, actually.
All right, so we've not had an independent analysis. And the reason why I asked the question is very clear from the EPA that total phosphorus load and its impact, or it was significantly impacted by road traffic. I expect the road traffic associated with 495, the increased number of vehicle trips, the buses, the cars, and whatnot, and the addition of the impervious surface would create an additional burden on that Charles River Basin on frankly, property that would be exempt, 495, and then borne by the community.
I'll defer that part to Sean, actually, because we didn't really review actually what's going to be the DOT. But the reality of it is actually what the proponent is proposing, and I don't know what the negotiations with Mass DOT would be, but they're actually with a new development going through the process with either the local conservation commission, DEP, and the Army Corps of Engineers. You are going to have to comply with, low-impact development standards, deep hooded catch basins, TSS removal. A lot of the concern with the residual designation were for the retrofits on older properties, not necessarily newer ones. And what we've conveyed to them is they have an opportunity to incorporate what's necessary for a retrofit in their new
I guess my concern, Sean, before you answer or jump in, I guess my concern is what I'm looking for is a total environmental impact. I'm looking for a total environmental impact, and the net increase, decrease, whatever it is, just actual and reasonable numbers. At the end of the day, we can say, here's what's likely the impact as a result of this facility. Similar to my comments last week as it related to environmental impact of the community, I've not seen that. I'm still looking for that. I think we're going to need to get to that before we make significant progress, because, frankly, it was what was suggested in the legislation in instituting the statute. And I think, in the legislation and the legislators' wisdom, that's important to a community certainly the size of Milford would be impacted by this size program. But go ahead, Sean, I'll let you jump in.
Yeah, just want to add a quick answer one of your questions. Mass DOT is a separate MS4, so they're very much like the town of Milford. So they're responsible for their own ways and their own real estate, much like Milford is responsible for theirs. So it wouldn't be additive to Milford. They're an independent entity under those federal regulations. Also, as far as the detail from our phosphorus reduction, we did look at it in detail. And actually, Tetra Tech developed the evaluative processes that the EPA uses for evaluating phosphorus removal. So it was actually a relatively straightforward analysis. But the infiltrative basins that we're using and the methods that we're using for the soils that we're in is about a 92% phosphorus reduction. So we did look at that.
Now, I'm sorry, 92, what's the basis for that number? Is it 92% reduction without mitigation, 92% from existing?
Yes, so what happened is as part of this whole EPA process, the EPA, we do a lot of work for EPA. We actually develop the phosphorus removal measurement tools that the EPA uses. So when you look at a project, if you're trying to evaluate how much phosphorus reduction that you've gotten, you apply the methods that EPA, in the models that EPA has used. So in that, you look at the type of soils that you have on site, look at the type of basins or the type of BMPs that you're using, and you can pull off of a graph or a chart what your percent reduction is. And for the stormwater elements that we're
Sean,
proposing...
it was an easy question. What's the
sorry.
basis for the number? Is it a reduction from what we have today pre-casino, or is it a reduction of what might otherwise happen on that site
It's a
without
reduction.
mitigation.
It's a reduction from what could happen on that site, so a reduction from the proposed project.
So it's possible that we'll be seeing total phosphorus load that would increase as a result of this project. And I say that project, I say, in a
I'm
post-casino environment with the roads.
I can't even answer that question.
Okay, so we don't know. And that's the basis for my comments in terms of needing a total environmental impact. The other thing that now that we're at the conclusion of this, what I'm still looking for, and I'll ask for here, and it's obviously not going to be presented tonight, and it's something I provided our consultants with prior to this meeting this evening, is a total environmental impact analysis that also includes air and noise. It's something that we've heard repeatedly as we go out and visit our neighbors in our neighborhoods, and without an understanding of what its impact is, specifically when we talk about 7 million visitors and we talk about the total buses, cars, and whatnot, we expect there to be an impact. I'd like to understand what that is. I'd like to also understand the impact of the traffic and the impact on those residents, and how noise might be abated. And, well, number one, how noise might impact those neighbors, and then number two, how we might mitigate that. So still looking for that financial assessment of the community included in what was involved in the legislation that talked about total financial impact, especially as it relates to existing businesses, pre-existing conditions, and then the environmental impact. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Other selectmen?
Yeah, I'd like to, as well as Chairman Buckley, I want to commend you on the presentation tonight, the information, and sir, I really want to commend you. You did a good job pointing out stuff, and also areas where there has to be continued vetting and research and all that, so I think that was most important. Sir, you're the valuation expert, right? Can you go up to the podium, please? In reading this report, July 2013, on the market valuation properties, you mentioned Hanover, you mentioned Perryville, and some of the other places. I believe there were like probably 14, 18 areas that you looked at over a period of time as far as the valuation of properties. Matter of fact, when I read this the other day, I called Attorney Villani and asked him to bring the information to Sean, and asking, and this is fine, but one of the things I think would have been nice, sir, is like the evaluation of properties at the Foxwood areas. Like, I know this gentleman spoke tonight, the former selectman, about the crime and some of the things, the businesses and all that, and also I think he briefly touched upon valuation of properties. But, and I'm sure you have that information, sir. If you can you talk about the valuation of properties like in Ledyard over the past 10 years, 15 years, and maybe some of the surrounding towns, so that we could have that information plus this information, sir?
I believe you're looking at the GMA report, so I'll defer that question to Steve Galloway.
I was just responding to the Connecticut comment. We got some research we had ordered, either we received today or yesterday, that addressed the impact specifically in Connecticut. Actually illustrated that the homes surrounding Foxwoods have increased, despite the recession, have still increased 60% since 2000 till today. And we're happy to provide that information to the town. Again, we literally just received it, if not today, yesterday.
Sure, and hopefully that information can be presented in the same type of format as these other towns and all that, okay?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Sean?
Do you mind if I jump in? I'm sorry, real quick. I just want, the reason we did not use Foxwood specifically in our analysis, we looked to use just the casinos that opened post the recession, and because Foxwoods had been around so long, it did not fall into that category, but again, we will provide that information to the town to look at.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to have all the information. That way we can look at everything objectively and to look at trends and what happened in several places, and especially at Foxwoods, which is, you know, they want to come to Milford, so I think that's important. That's why I called the other day. Thank you. Sean, we've talked about this before. On 495, we've talked about buffers. We've talked about buffers at Wildwood. Tonight, the gentleman, when he presented what it would look like 600 feet from the property, the type of foliage and all that, so that would, you know, the aesthetics would be mitigated, also probably noise. So on 495, what type of buffer? I travel a lot, so when I go to out west on the Mass Pike, there are a lot of noise abatement walls, and they really fit in nicely with the landscape of the topography. So what type of those types of amenities could be placed on 495 to help mitigate the noise and all that?
Yeah, there's actually a big range of things that DOT will accept, from timber-type construction to precast concrete, but it is a DOT roadway, so it would have to be subject to their approval. But we have looked at noise mitigation along that edge of Ferguson Street in those homes, and that's something that we're willing to discuss. But from a standpoint of DOT and Federal Highway, based on our conversations with them, we don't think it would be a requirement coming out of this review process with them because of the move of the mainline traffic further away from the neighborhood.
Okay, but I think it's something that we could probably we should discuss, because if we can do that, it'll help mitigate the noise in those areas, and I think that's what we have to look at for the present and long term. And also, you've been, I think, excellent throughout the whole process, and tonight I think you really, you know, brought out some of the summarizations very nicely and all that. Can you just take a few minutes once again and talk about I know as of a week ago, you had a meeting, I think it was 8 o'clock in the morning, it was raining, it was the chief, the engineer, Mike Santora, Larry Duncan, consultants and all that, talking about traffic, and I know you came up with some good ideas. So I think the process continues, but if you could just talk about some of the improvements, the enhancements, mitigation that'll be done on 16 and some of the other areas where some improvements will be made. If you could just talk about that and give us some
Yep, so we did.
summaries.
Actually, it was 9 o'clock, because Vonnie was there at 8. I think there was a mix-up between Chicago time and Eastern time, but I got there at 9, they got there at 8, but we all met together. Yeah, we did talk about it, specifically the things we brought up during the traffic discussion. And the chief was pretty happy about the possibility of having some pullouts, because for them, coming out of a non-stable area, so pulling out into traffic is risky. So we talked about those things, and we thought there were a lot of positives that came out of that meeting. A lot of discussion has to continue, though, because really it's a matter of putting those ideas out there as things we're willing to consider, and then designing what the chief wants. And really it's what the chief wants and what his men need that we're going to give them. There are a lot of other things, too, whether it's screening, whether it's walls, whether it's fences that we can do to help the residents, but those become very particular solutions that are particular to one individual. So we can't propose something like that. We can only talk to the neighborhood and agree to do whatever we can to mitigate the impact, but we have to get in and really granular and decide what's right for an individual on that street.
And can you just briefly talk about, once again, the vetting process at the state level and the environmental agencies that will occur if this goes forward?
Right. So, well, even if this doesn't go forward, we have a MEPA process. MEPA was a process developed by the state to kind of get all the state agencies to review things together. So it's the fundamental environmental review process. Covers everything. Covers air, noise, construction, traffic, water, sewer, every environmental impact under the sun. Anything that the state could have an opinion on. The first step in that process is doing what's called an environmental notification form. We have to submit that first document to MEPA so that we can get a decision from the secretary prior to the gaming application going in. That is anticipated to go in within the next month. We should have comments back, and that's a fully vetted public comment. So individuals comment it, all the agencies in the area, all the town departments get copies of the ENF. So it's another public process that offers another forum for people and communities to comment. That continues to what's called an environmental impact report. That will happen after a gaming license is issued, because that's for a project like this, that's probably a 600, 800-page document addressing in detail all of those things. It's probably a 70-page just evaluation on air quality and noise. So a very extensive state review process for that, and particularly when you have an interstate highway improvement. There's now a federal process for us to go through, the EA process. So we'll have to get what's called a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact from the Federal Highway Administration. We also have all of the local review process. We have Conservation Commission that we'll have to go to. Probably the biggest thing for this town is Planning Board. So in a normal review process, the town gets most of its substantive discussion about a project during the Planning Board review. We'll have to go through that same process too. That's when a lot of the detail that the fire chief and the police chief will be looking for on a plan, that's when the detail that Jerry expects to see on a plan, all the design for the drainage system's done, the stormwater report is done, everything is redone, very specific to a more developed design program.
I had 3 or 4 other questions, but I'd rather save those for the residents. And I know Brian has some questions. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. And I know time is getting late, so I don't want to monopolize the time for folks that might want to ask questions. I don't have any particular concerns on the wetland stormwater, as Sean just summarized. I think that's probably between your state, federal, and local agencies, probably the most highly regulated aspect of the project. And that's going to be what it's going to be. If, in fact, we're able to enter into a host agreement, I would envision some sort of language restricting the developer from placing buildings or facilities within the proximity of the residents to the extent possible under the environmental laws. But I am concerned about the property values, and again, I'll be as quick as I can. From the GMA proposal, they focused on 10 markets, and from the appraisal research proposal, focused on 5 markets. And I'm just interested in why you chose those markets and which one you feel is most similar to our community.
I'll start off. Again, the reason we chose those 10 markets was our goal is to look at every full-scale commercial casino that's opened up over the past 5 years, of which there have been 10. There were none that we tried to exclude. We looked at all the ones that we could find. And the 2 markets that we thought were most relevant were Des Plaines, Illinois, and Hanover, Maryland, due to the demographics, as I put up on the screen earlier. And in those communities as well, they experienced a positive impact on housing values.
And we focused on the projects that were identified by the law firm working with the town. They are experts in casinos, and we also looked at what GMA, Gaming Market Advisors, at their 10 that they looked at, and finally looked at the ones that were by Casino Free Milford, because they did a pretty good amount of research back in March, which was in their, I think it was March 18th report of casinos around the country. They were looking at the same question in small towns with residential areas in close proximity. And the commonality of those 3 were all projects in Chicago. They identified different ones, though, and I found that to be interesting. That is our base, and it's those casinos, even though they are all in Chicago and Des Plaines, Aurora, Elgin, and then Michigan City, which is within the Chicago MSA, they all have different attributes. So in terms of a cross-section and looking at a wide range of data in one market, and particularly a market that we're very knowledgeable in because that's our headquarters, there was some definite logic there. The other one was Waterloo, which was one that was identified by the attorneys, and we thought that was appropriate. Might there be other ones also that come up in discussion? Absolutely. From the other studies, though, that I have read that have looked either at national, at local, at a variety of different circumstances, they tend to come to similar results. That either there's a very, the largest impact of all was fairly nominal. And most tend to say that there is minimal neighborhood impact.
For the GMA, if you cited the Hanover and the Des Plaines as the most similar, and they experienced a positive real estate value, then what led you to your conclusion that in Milford it would be a zero impact?
It was not a significant positive value, and the reason was because those were two specific examples, and we chose those two again. That was as a follow-up to last week's meeting when we said when you present next week, please find more specific examples, so we honed in a little more. Personally, I do believe that there will be an increase, but when you look at all 10, and 10 overall say that's pretty much a nominal increase at best, I thought to err on the side of conservatism it was best to say that there would probably be nil increase.
Okay. I'm going to stop there and allow it to be open up to folks in the crowd to ask questions.
Great. I think the first gentleman is Mike Lalime.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michael Aleem. I live on Eastview Drive in Milford. I lived in Milford my entire conscious life. And the first meeting that I came to was last week. And I heard a lot of people with a lot of very practical concerns about a casino and some legal concerns. My main concern is a philosophical one, or the basis of it is philosophical. It ends up being practical. My understanding from last week is that the casino plans to employ about 3,000 people, and that would be, as far as I understand it, a very large employer in Milford, if not the largest. And if it's not the largest, then it would be at least the most public. Having said that, that gives the casino a lot of influence in the town, whether it's unconscious or not. My concern is not that the people here don't have the best intentions or the best interests of Milford at heart. I believe that they do. But going forward, my concern is being such a large employer, does that eventually make Milford a casino town? Meaning, is there the potential in the future for decisions to be made on that basis, on the basis of Foxwoods is the largest employer in town, and what does that do to our general sense of democracy? Maybe it does nothing. But in the event that there is a conflict, let's say, between the casino and the town, or some of the people in the town, or the need, in an extreme case, to revoke the license, I understand that that would be a decision for the State Gaming Commission. And my question is, because I have looked for this information and haven't really found any, in states where casinos exist, are there any examples of a completed open casino having its license revoked? Does anyone have that information?
Yes, there have been. It did not close the casino. They took the license away from that particular operator, and then they bid it out to another operator. The casino didn't close, but the owner of the casino got kicked out. Rare, but there have been several.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm Margaret Knowlton, and I bring up the same question basically that I did last time. I must say I was here for a long time before the meeting. I've never seen such schmoozing in my life since Enron slithered into town. They were our new best friends, too. It concerns me that with 7 million vehicles per year, what mitigation could be done? I know there's going to be a MEPA process. I don't have a huge amount of confidence in Massachusetts commissions, since sometimes they don't really work as well as they should when they're supposed to watch out for crime laboratories and drug compounding and all kinds of things that should be well done, aren't done. So what mitigation for that much pollution in the environment? People commit suicide by just closing their garage door and they're dead quickly. So all this pollution goes into the environment. What can you do? You know, what is done about it?
So to answer the question about is there anybody else beside the state? Yeah, this is a federal highway project. So Interstate I-495 is a federal interstate. So, for example, we have a meeting tomorrow with Mass DOT and Federal Highway. Actually, the town has a meeting tomorrow with Mass DOT and Federal Highway.
But do they mitigate air pollution?
Yes, they do. So, and even as part of our MEPA filing, there's what's called a mesoscale analysis, which is an in-depth air quality analysis, which fundamentally deals with traffic. So, if you think about pollution, most people think about industry and in towers, but really, when we look at pollution nowadays, it's principally a function of traffic. So that is a big component of the MEPA filing.
Well, I still have my doubts, but I hope it goes well.
Thank you. Stuart Knowles. Downs, I'm sorry. Stuart Downs.
Passed.
Pass. Tim Spino.
Good evening. I recognize some fresh faces in the audience tonight, and I want to thank you for joining us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Massachusetts Ethics Commission and the Mass Gaming Commission for receiving my information last week and for reviewing the video of last Wednesday's meeting here. I would also like to thank them for accepting my invitation for tonight's meeting. We have asked the Massachusetts Ethics Commission to revisit the review of the conflict of interest concerns on behalf of the residents of Milford and the information we have provided to them. We have asked the Mass Gaming Commission to review our concerns based on the gaming laws and regulations as defined in Mass Gaming Law Chapter 23K, Sections 2, 12, 14, and 16, and 205 CMR, Sections 11 and 115, and the information we have provided to them. Tonight, Sid, we're going to peel the onion a little bit. Tonight, the residents of this town will be heard. Also, let me be very clear. All of the information comes from published documents. The documents are from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the U.S. Senate, the state of Illinois, and the state of Pennsylvania. If you wish copies of this, ask me politely, and I'll get them for you. I believe, Sid, sometimes you are so used to doing what you do that when someone comes along and challenges you, it offends you. I think we saw that last week. The residents of this town deserve the opportunity to know more about the group that is supposed to be representing our town in a $1 billion program, whether that offends you or not. If you do take offense to it, then I ask you to check your ego at the door and get over it. It offends us that you believe you do not have to answer our questions. For the past 4 weeks, the residents of Milford have had to sit and listen to consultants from Foxwoods, consultants brought on by you, Sid, feed us with information which at times has not been completely accurate, has had typo errors, or was rushed to get to print. Residents and some selectmen repeatedly asked questions seeking further explanation and clarifications. They even have asked for information to come in sooner, rather than hours before a meeting is to take place, to afford time for proper understanding and better questions. Sid, we didn't shout at you or Foxwoods. We didn't shut you down as these presentations were given. We may have wanted to, but we did not. I'm going to abbreviate my presentation tonight because of what I've added here earlier. And I just want to use one specific example of a potential perceived conflict of interest. There's an example with the Trump Entertainment Hotel and Resort. Scott Butera, and I'm going to quote Mr. James B. Perry, who at the time in 2005 was the president and CEO of Trump Entertainment Resorts. And I'm quoting Mr. Perry, Scott Butera was the leader of the Trump management team which put together the deal to sell Trump's Gary, Indiana casino to the Majestic Star Casino, LLC. Sid, as a board of director member at Trump at the time, you were also on a committee that was the executive committee. And I will quote from the SEC Schedule 14A, the responsibilities for the executive committee, which, by the way, you were the lead of, and I quote, providing service, advice, and counsel to management with respect to strategy and business plans, including on issues related to potential mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, capital restructuring, prospective offerings, stock splits, and approving routine matters between board meetings. Mr. Butera, I would like to quote Mr. Donald Trump from his description of your job when you were Executive Vice President of Corporate and Strategic Development of Trump Hotel and Casinos Resort. It was to coordinate all strategic initiatives of the company. If I use the example of the Majestic Star Casino in Gary, Indiana, and Trump Resorts, can we assume, Mr. Butera, that you would have had to have met with the executive committee to present these plans for review and approval?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think this issue has been, vetted and discussed, and, I don't think it's appropriate to answer that, but I reported to Mr. Trump at that time.
I didn't ask you who you reported to, sir. I asked you specifically, would you not have been presenting this information to the executive committee? Now, before you answer, let me suggest something to you. I'm just going to give you one little hint here. I want to make it a level playing field. I used to work for one of the largest international venture capital firms. I'm very used to large programs. I'm very used to due diligence. I'm very used to having programs having to be reviewed, including financial analysis, by executive and upper management. So having said that, I'm going to repeat. Would you care to answer the question that I've asked, or do you defer again?
I don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, I guess we don't view it's appropriate at this point. Those issues have been discussed and vetted.
So in other words, you're refusing to answer?
We think that your concern, which you expressed last week, really deals with the town's issue with bringing on Sid. We're here to present a project, and we don't think it's appropriate. I understand you may have filed something with the State Ethics Commission. They'll deal with it. If they question us, we'll certainly be respectful of the process. But we're here to present information to the town of Milford. You have one specific issue. I believe your issue is with Sid and really your Board of Selectmen that brought him aboard. We do not want to be part of that issue. We're here to answer questions from the people of Milford.
What we're concerned with, Mr. Allen, is the perception.
I understand your concern, sir. You've made it clear. I'm very, very, very cognizant of your concern.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
I'll just repeat it one more time.
No, I heard it.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you for your time. We appreciate your honesty.
Thank you.
Lloyd Curry, please.
This question is for Mr. Patera. At the June 3rd Board of Selectmen's meeting, you stated, and I quote, "We plan to what we call a pilot, which is payment in lieu of tax, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 and 20 million per year to the community," unquote. Pilots are usually negotiated between municipalities and individual nonprofit. Foxwoods is not. Let's fast forward to July 24th, the casino meeting on social and economic impact. Caroline McCarthy from HRNA Advisors indicated in her PowerPoint that the town of Milford would collect 19.1 million in annual tax revenue. Ms. McCarthy based this on a $653 million replacement cost multiplied by the Milford's current commercial tax rate. This report did not specify if the $653 million is a total replacement cost for phase 1 and 2 combined. If it is not, then the initial tax revenue to Milford would be something significantly less. The question is, could you please explain the disconnect between the HRA report and the June 3rd taxing plan that you proposed?
Sure, I'd be happy to. At the time of the June 3rd report, remember this is an evolving interactive process, and based on some of the agreements that had been negotiated with other communities, it was our initial thought that it might be a pilot. In subsequent conversations with the community and your advisors, we've subsequently come to understood that we'll actually, it's preferred that we pay a real estate tax, and if you notice in our presentation tonight, we presented it as such as the $19 million real estate tax. So it was simply an evolution in the thinking, and we are now, I believe, in line with what you're presenting.
Sure enough. Phase 1 and 2, is that a combined $653 million, or is that just phase 1?
It's just phase 1.
Yeah, it's just phase 1. Caroline was provided with just phase 1.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Just phase 1.
Just phase 1.
The $653 million is just phase 1.
Yes, that's the construction cost, the hard replacement cost for phase 1.
Do we know what phase 2 could be or potentially be?
I don't believe we have those estimates right now.
Yeah.
In order to get to phase 2, I think, as mentioned earlier, if we're lucky to get to a community host agreement, there would be a process in place that we would have to come back to the table and have a conversation with the town. But phase 2 is never a given in this. We would have to reopen negotiations, would have to consult with the town, and my guess is, the good thing about that is we won't be talking about statistics and probabilities. We'll have some real data to look at, and I think perhaps the conversation will be a little bit easier when we negotiate a phase 2 if we get to that point.
Sure. And as you can appreciate, construction costs are very much a function of the environment that you're in. So, you know, there'll clearly be multiple years between a phase 1 and a phase 2, if indeed there ever is a phase 2. So it would be very hard to estimate what those costs would look like that far in the future.
Fair enough. One other question. This is for Patera and Mr. Allen. Back on June 3rd, I asked for financial statements for Foxwoods, Connecticut. I made several calls to Mr. Allen's law office, talked to his underlings, made 6 attempts, no response. I was at the Board of Selectmen's meeting, made a request there. Mr. Vellani apparently sent a letter to either Patera or Allen. I don't know what the outcome of that is or has been. Directed to you, Mr. Patera, how come I can't get a non-disclosure agreement to get access to financial statements for Foxwoods, Connecticut?
Yeah, I believe we provided.
That.
Oh, sorry.
I can answer that. You won't need a non-disclosure agreement. The website on which the data is posted is a government municipal rulemaking board website. That's opening today. There's data on it as of today. On the website of the town, the instructions on how to access that website and the passcode are being provided. If it's not on today, it'll be on tomorrow. There's data on there about the financial statements of the company already, of Foxwoods already, and on August the 15th, the latest financial statements will be provided. Anybody who wants them can have them.
Foxwoods, Connecticut, is that correct?
Correct.
Going back how many years?
I don't know, whatever the SEC rules are.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Sure. Mike Tim?
Good evening. My name's Mike Tim, and my question is really for the citizens of Milford. 3,200 employees, 165 people relocating to Milford, 7 million customers per year, only 20 new students into the school system, level to declining crime, little, if any, traffic impact, although 10% of the traffic would be on local streets. This has all been changing back and forth, and I believe it's been changing back and forth to suit the argument of the applicants. My question to the citizens of Milford is that I ask you to review all this information that you've been given and consider the sources and their motives. We will be making the final decision on this, and if anyone has concerns after reviewing this information, I ask that you please call, email our selectmen, call the town hall, the selectman's office. Their numbers are on the website. Their email addresses are on the website. Express your concerns and ask your questions directly of them, and don't stand for any kind of political answer. Ask pointed questions and demand pointed answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Howard, please. Mr. Howard? Jeff Howard?
Jeff Howard, 23 Zane Circle. A couple of questions, but I will try and be brief. I'm a little bit confused on the whole home value discussion. At the onset of this conversation, when the casino was intended for the upper property, considerably further away from all of the East Milford neighborhoods than it currently is, there were a number of statements, including a direct statement by Mr. Butera that I heard more than once, about there won't be any substantial impact on property values unless you are in close proximity to the casino, which I certainly think we can agree that 600 to 1,200 feet for over 100 homes, not to mention some of the other more outlying areas, is close proximity. And I've heard this stated before. Mr. Reardon and others referred to Zane Circle and the other immediate neighborhoods as ground zero for impact on the casino, yet suddenly we have consultants here tonight saying, no problem, your property values more likely are going to go up, if anything. They may stay flat, but they may go up. The selectman from Stonington, who I appreciate him coming here, the fact that he lives 6 miles from the casino does not provide me and my neighbors much comfort. So I'm really trying to understand, I'm not that smart, I only have an MBA and 30 years of business experience, so I may be missing something. But I'm having trouble understanding how we have that kind of a delta between it's conceivable that you may experience a 25 to 30% drop in home values in the immediate vicinity of the casino to all of a sudden, I'm going to go out and put an addition on my house because my property values are going to go through the roof. So I'd appreciate just a comment on that one point.
Yeah. Again, I don't think anyone ever mentioned there'd be a 25 to 30% decrease. I mean, look, the impact on property value is a function of a lot of things. Obviously the quality of the facility, the relationship between the facility and the homes, and it's our view that we've done a lot of work to mitigate that. Now, as part of the community host agreement, we are contemplating some initiatives that if there are certain homes that are impacted, that will have some kind of mitigation for those people that are impacted. so that even if we happen to feel they might go up, if they go down, we'll have a provision for that, and we're in the process of working with your advisors on that. But I firmly believe that if you're next to a beautiful facility with a lot of amenities, with good access to the highway, and the type of architecture that we're talking about now, then that there'll be demand for that type of a site. But if it goes the other way, we're working with the community to come up with some mitigation efforts.
So as we talk about that whole process, if I look at the map that was presented, you talk about roughly 6,000 man-years or person-years, to be more politically correct, of construction work and about 2,500 workers, which simply would suggest that there's certainly a good 2-year construction project ahead of us. What is the plan in terms of when the access road from 16 into the site would be completed relative to the access off of 495, relative to the construction of the casino property itself? And the reason why I'm asking is we all know road construction takes a very, very substantial amount of time, especially on a state highway.
Yeah.
And it's certainly reasonable to assume that Route 16 access is going to be the major conveyance for at least a substantial portion of that construction period.
Yeah, I'll let Sean answer some of the logistics, but with regard, just philosophically with regard to construction and loading and construction work, we take a great deal of effort to make sure that that's done, as painlessly as possible. If you were to come to Foxwoods right now, we actually have a great deal of construction going on, including a large rock crushing effort, because we have a lot of bedrock where we are, and we're in the process of building a 300,000 square foot mall. So we actually, spent a lot of time figuring out how that would be done in ways in which, whether it's homes or we actually have certain healthcare facilities that are on site, that they wouldn't be affected by noise or traffic or construction dust or things like that. So we'll obviously do a great deal of planning with regard to that, but I'll let Sean talk about the logistics.
Yeah, so there is a great deal of design and permitting that has to happen, then a great deal of construction that has to happen. Our estimates right now are about 18 to 24 months for design and permitting, and 18 to 24 months for construction. The roadway construction and the facility construction would happen concurrently, in all likelihood by 2 different entities, 2 different contractors focused on very different construction methods. The other thing to consider is that unlike most federal or most highway projects, this is not subject to public funding. So whenever you think of a public highway improvement project, those all go through very discrete steps at several different times in their life cycle, where they have to wait for funding and are competing against other projects for funding. In this application, we don't have any funding limitations. The funding is going to come from the project, so it's not subject to what's called the TIP or any of the other federal or state funding mechanisms. So the process can be much more fluid.
I understand and I appreciate that, so let me be more specific about my question. Right now, that section of Route 16 comes off of 109 or off of 85, goes through the intersection at Fortune Boulevard, onto 2-lane Route 16, and then until the 495 access roads are in full operation, every single truck, every single car, every single of those 2,500 work persons, all the materials, the only way they're going to be able to access that site, unless you have a magical helicopter I'm not aware of, is going to be right through that 2-lane road, right into 16, and right through the very neighborhoods that we've been discussing, traffic and neighborhood impact for this entire period. Is that a true statement?
No, it's not, because when you do
So
the
you do
highway...
have a magic helicopter?
No magic helicopter. When you do highway work, there's ways to work with DOT to access the median or access edges of the highway directly from the highway. When we do our work, we're going to talk to DOT about how we can provide access to and from the site that meets the requirements that they have. So that's all subject to be worked out with DOT. But yeah, you will have traffic coming in off of 16. It's a far, far shorter number than the traffic that will be coming in from the site in post-analysis, in post-construction, but...
I respect your comment, Mr. Reardon, but large construction equipment, large supply equipment is going to be different than even the cars and buses that you're anticipating when the casino is up in operation.
Without question, but what we can do is say that no construction traffic. We will control our construction traffic. We can guarantee that no construction traffic will head east from our site. So all of our construction traffic that accesses it from 16, we can keep it on Fortune Boulevard, we can keep it on 85, so it's off residential roads.
So one final related question, then I will concede the floor. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about the potential of ledge and rock-laden soil and whatnot in the area. The inference, certainly for anyone with a rational mind, is there could be and likely be substantial blasting that goes on in that area as a result of that construction. I would like to know, and perhaps this is a question for the selectmen, as to whether or not the developer can be compelled to adhere to the same blasting restrictions that Milford Stone have been recently imposed on Milford Stone as a result of their permit by the zoning board of Milford, as a result of the issues we've had with home damage and other issues as a result of Milford Stone's relatively minor blasting.
I can't speak to the provisions of Milford Stone agreement, but what I can say is our blasting is a temporary situation that only happens for a short period of time, not part of a prolonged activity, so fundamentally different. But whenever we do blasting for construction, there's absolutely an extensive pre-blasting or survey done on any houses that are likely to be impacted. There's also a lot of science on how far these kind of blasts travel, a lot of science on keeping shots to a confined area. So it'll be a very exhaustive process, and it has to all be arranged through the fire department, all work through the state as well.
And I would just ask that the selectmen consider making all of the developers in town adhere to those same standards that have been imposed on Milford Stone. Thank you.
Joe Costantino? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, Joe.
Just one point on blasting. All blasting is under state regulations. The permits are issued by the fire department. They're very stringent regulations. The fire department has a blasting detail whenever there's blasting ongoing in the community, so it's a very safe operation. Any violations are noted, and we follow through with the state fire marshal if they are.
Thank you. Joe Costantino?
The last meeting I came, you people, I said specifically, when you come back to have all these answers, you said, we'll have them. All the answers you've given have been none that I want to hear, with 495 or any of the others. You people are just playing games with the town people, and it isn't fair to me or any of us, okay? I suggest that our selectmen don't tie in with you at all. That's my opinion of doing it. You people don't belong in Milford. You belong way out somewhere else, where that fellow spoke tonight that came to give a Gettysburg address, okay? In other words, go out into the mountains and you can have it.
Barbara Morganelli, please.
There are a few comments I want to make. The first one is pertaining to one of the meetings a couple of weeks ago regarding a comment from someone from the casino saying that 40 houses in Milford had sold for more than assessed value because we were going to have a casino. Well, that really isn't the truth. The truth is, I did my own research, and yes, there were 44 houses that sold above assessed value in the last 4 months. But the town of Milford happens to do their reassessment every 3 years, and we very rarely ever sell properties equal to the assessed value. Another one of the questions that I do have is when they do testing on air, if they would also tell us how far your lighting is going to extend into the neighborhoods. There was one more thing that I had. I think that's it.
Regarding the lighting question, so as part of the planning board approval process, we'll do a complete photometric survey, so every light gets identified. Every light has a light spill pattern that gets shown on a plan and shows exactly how much light leaves the site.
Thank you.
Priscilla Hogan, the town assessor, is going to make a comment.
If I could just respond to that, we do a revaluation every year. They're called interim adjustments. Every 3 years, the Department of Revenue does a thorough investigation of our work, but every year your values are adjusted. We are a year behind on sales because we have to use a full year of sales to set your values. So when the value's done for this coming year, we're using 2012 values. We did have 10 sales between Whispering Pine and Zane Circle since January 1st. Zane Circle, yes. And those sales did come in above assessed value.
One of the comments I did not want to make regarding the sales had to do with, lost my train of thought. It had to do, I didn't take my notes, I'm sorry. I'll have to come back to you.
Thank you. Jim Flanagan.
Thank you, Jim Flanagan, Whispering Pine Drive. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I have to comment on the assessed value versus the current sales. And it's a complete manipulation of the numbers. The facts are the facts that the houses did sell for more than the assessed value. However, unless you've been on another planet, you probably know that housing values went down significantly in the town. And as Ms. Hogan has already said, we're behind 1 year in the valuation, and the market's been going up. So of course they're going to sell for more than assessed value. Because right now the assessments are lagging behind. That wasn't what I was going to talk about, but it should be common knowledge. I am going to talk about, however, the neighborhood in the vicinity. You know, our neighborhood streets access only to Route 16. They're cul-de-sacs. That's our only access. And if you think about the traffic numbers, as Mr. Hogan talked about, he's confused about this because the numbers are confusing. They don't make any sense, what you're talking about. When you do traffic rings 10 miles away, that would put, from this site, homes in South Natick. It doesn't make any sense to talk about those homes when we're hundreds of feet away. It does not make any sense to talk about that. And with all due respect to the selectman from Stonington, I understand that's about the same distance as having someone from Wellesley come here and talk to us about what's going on in their town, the distance from Ledyard to Stonington. So it's great that you're presenting data, but the data is presented in such a biased fashion to mislead people. And so my question would be, and I can show housing values near hazardous waste sites that have gone up in valuation. So my question is, in the data that you have, do you have subsets of data for neighborhoods in very close proximity with houses of valuations of $300,000, $400,000, and $500,000? And that's the question. I would like to see some data about real neighborhoods. And I have heard people from the proponent state that if you're in close proximity, you might be impacted quite negatively in value. So I do ask the question, what data do you have about residential neighborhoods of reasonably high value, whether they're in Chicago or not? But we live here in Milford, and I'm tired of hearing people from Chicago tell me about Chicago.
We're in Massachusetts. Right now, there are no casinos that are comparable to this in Massachusetts, so we have to look somewhere else. The reasons, I went through the reasons that we, specifically my company, looked at Chicago. But there have been studies nationwide over time where multiple people have looked at this issue. Now, in a litigation assignment, if there's a lawsuit between parties, for instance, that occur next to some hazardous waste sites, you use that example, there have been very specific studies that look at very specific homes and how those will be affected. All kinds of circumstances that can occur. In some instances, there are clear effects. And we've read the newspapers about those over the years and the decades. In many other instances, that those studies look at that And there may be disagreements between experts, but oftentimes the rulings are that there seems to be minimal diminution in value that occurs unless there are very specific and quantifiable reasons. Now, traffic may be one of them. So if there is the home that is adjacent, the main entrance to the property, or right across the street, Zane is, Drive is very close, I believe it's a drive, Zane, and that's going to be the closest intersection based on the drawings that I've seen. The homes on Whispering Pines, there have been sales, I drove by some of the recent sales to see, have things sold? That was a question that I had that really was above and beyond what our study was today, was there are sales that have occurred on Zane, there are sales that are occurring on Whispering Pine, there are sales that are listed, or there's one property listed on Wildwood, or on the Dogwood, I believe.
Excuse me, do you
Yes.
have any data about homes in any of the studies that you've done, similar to the homes in our neighborhoods? You haven't answered my question.
No, I'm explaining, you are correct, I have not specifically answered the question.
Do you have
and
the data?
It is we don't have a specific plan. So the effect on the home, on your home, what we can look at is to the marketplace, and the marketplace says that neighborhood effects tend not to happen. And that is all that we have said. When you get to a specific property, as I closed my presentation, and I think there's been agreement, there may be some effect. And there was discussion, I heard, of a mitigation fund. Homes, there are buyers for homes now in the marketplace. Homes continue to sell that are proximate to the neighborhood most affected by the casino.
We have realtors, local realtors, that have told us that we will not be able to sell our home even at its current value if this project goes through. Now, these are people not from Chicago, they're people from Milford and Holliston. And some homes have sold. And they are familiar with the neighborhoods. There are clearly people who are going to say, I'm going to look elsewhere. They're looking at a home. I believe there was a quote on the Casino Free Milford website that talks about a discussion. I didn't want to get into a debate with you. I just wanted to know if you had the data, because you're right, it is debatable. I didn't want to get into a debate with you. If you don't have the data, that's what I was really looking for.
No, it's very specific data, and I think in looking at that data, it is something that I have looked for. Is there specific data I've seen? I have not found any. I don't know if the law firm is aware of litigation of cases where that has occurred and what any findings were, but it's going to be, from everything I have read, on a very small subset of homes, and from my experience in real estate, for very specific reasons.
Okay, so with lack of specific data, I do have concerns based upon the input I have, and I'm very concerned that our town is still engaging in this conversation when a few hundred families are going to be thrown under the bus for $19.4 million.
William Sanborn, please.
Good evening. My name is Bill Sanborn. I live on 10 Virginia Drive. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to get your feedback on. One has to do with water projections. I know there was quite a bit of time and energy spent on finding water, whether or not we have it today. And projections, estimated projections of estimated usage for the different phases. My question has to do with the fact that these are estimates, and what happens when the actual numbers exceed the estimates. Does the town water company have the ability to assess some kind of penalties or additional fees whenever they exceed the water that they expected to use?
We're going to have to negotiate an agreement with the water company specific to our project. They're going to expect mitigation in some shape or form according to our estimates. if our estimates prove to be inaccurate, which I don't think they will, that mitigation will have to be adjusted accordingly.
Thank you. I'm actually looking to my, the town selectmen for insurance that, as people can appreciate here, that we have constant water conservation. We're in stage 2, I believe, now. And it's very, very difficult for me to, accept or understand the fact that you can find water when we're all being asked to conserve every single day. So I'm very concerned about the effect on that personally to my ability to drink water on a daily basis.
Sorry, go ahead.
My second question has to do with traffic projections. I live in a neighborhood that is kind of, for lack of a better word, we're pinned between Route 109, Route 495, and Route 16. And in fact, for the better part of this summer, we've been experiencing construction, resurfacing of 495. Almost every single night, Sunday night through Friday night, we listen to the noise of construction to improve the surface on that highway. And now we're going to go into another approximately 3 years of construction if this project goes forward. And my concern has to do with the fact that there's been a focus on 495 and 16 as far as mitigation. And every single day when I try to get out of my neighborhood onto Route 109, I take my life in my own hands, waiting to find an opportunity to get out of my neighborhood. And so I have very big concerns about the fact that I consistently hear, yeah, we're going to mitigate 495, yeah, we're going to mitigate 16. There's bigger concerns here than just those two highways, and I want to understand why that is being ignored.
I don't think it's been ignored. We've looked at those intersections, particularly 109 and James Street and South Street, and all those have been evaluated as part of our traffic study. And because of the highway improvements, the impacts at those intersections are very limited.
Thank you.
Harold Getz, please. Mr. Getz? Rob Mitchell.
Whatever you want to do.
I'm actually going to try to catch Mr. Butera on his way out. I was going to save this for the end, but I'll start with this one. We've heard an awful lot of discussion about property values. Mr. Allen said 10 to 20% at the last selectmen meeting. Mr. Kronberg talked about how prices were going up in Everett. I've heard about Belmont. Rates are coming down. Foreclosed properties have gone away. I mean, the market's all over the place. What I'm afraid of is what I just heard was there could be some mitigation on property values down the road. I don't know how you're going to come up with what that number is. If there's an increase for one reason and there's a decrease for the other, I don't understand how you can evaluate that risk. And my conclusion, so I'm stealing my own thunder here, is that I've spoken to my wife about this, so it's not just me out on a limb here. I would actually like to put my house on the market and have you, Mr. Butera, buy it for 20% over the assessed value. What I would like to offer, though, because I love this town, is that we put a clause in there to reopen. I think that's the term that's been used for the school system, that should the deal not go through for you guys, that at the end of the year, if you don't get the referendum, if you don't get the host agreement, we can reopen it and I can stay in my house. But otherwise, I would like to make that offer to you. Frankly, there are plenty of lawyers up there. Someone could write up a purchase and sale agreement for me. That's on the table. So I didn't mean to make you have to walk down, but I will leave it at that.
Yeah, it's okay, and I
Thank you.
apologize, I just want to explain, I actually was supposed to be on vacation this week with my family and have a 4 o'clock flight to catch tomorrow, so I apologize for that. But, and by the way, I give the town great credit, because usually citizens aren't arguing that their assessed values are too low. So I appreciate everyone's honesty, and maybe there's a revenue opportunity for the state. But what we said is we want to make sure that this is a good event for everyone. If there are homes that are impacted in a negative way, we're going to work with your advisors to come up with a way to mitigate it. It could be a tricky situation, but there will be some form of funding available for people that can demonstrate that they're immediately harmed by what we're doing. And that's our commitment.
So give me a couple minutes. Let me build up to my thunder here, if you would. First, I want to apologize to Dino in public. I did it privately through an email. And actually, Mike, the gentleman that said he was here last week for the first time, he didn't see the normal Rob Mitchell. I've been trying to be professional and thoughtful here, and I think I ranted and I was rude to everybody up there. But the bottom line is, my delivery was, I have to apologize for the delivery. I don't want to apologize for the message. The message is that I don't think that we've been getting good pushback from the town's consultants. Jerry, I have to commend you. You've heard a number of people say tonight that you've done a fantastic job. That's the kind of analysis, thoughtful analysis, pushback analysis that says not everything's wonderful. As one of the people said last week, tell us the bad stuff. There is bad stuff here. We're grown people, we can handle it. We just need to have both sides of the story in order to make an informed decision. So thank you very much for your presentation tonight. I somewhat feel vindicated because Representative Fernandez went on the radio this morning, and I think he said what a number of people have said here. This is a rushed process. Things were put out as being a definitive plan, and they were changed. If he can say that on the radio, I think I've got the right to say it here in an open forum. Sid, you'd mentioned earlier that most of the questions have been answered and a few of them have not. I'm assuming I'm the guy that hasn't received the answers.
Yes, you were one of the questions.
Okay. So let me just say it one more time what I'm looking for. The trip distribution. How many people come from Milford? How many people come from the local areas going to this casino is based on a gravity model, I think is the term.
Correct.
I had to look up what a gravity model even is. That's not my background. But the bottom line is there are arbitrary numbers. You think that it's 1.5 times more likely for a Milfordian than a Bostonian to go to this facility. I don't know what your basis is for that. I asked for the Foxwoods data that supported it, which you said that you have. And frankly, if I can quote Mr. Nunes, who was interviewed for the newspaper last week, talking about this market, you know, we know who to market to, we know who to look for, and we know where they're coming from. You guys have the data. You say you have the data. You say that your distribution model was based on the data, but you won't share it. So please, it's not for me. It's for the selectmen, and it's for our consultants to take a look at. Understood. The second one is the water. On the water side, I've clearly asked for you to explain why the water going into the facility is less than the water coming out. By your admission, water evaporates out of a cooling tower. The number that you just put out in the narrative that was published this week goes back to the numbers that I questioned before. So not only did you not respond to my questions, you put out the same numbers in a new report. And I think that's inappropriate. I'll try to say that nicely.
Sure. I'll answer the traffic question first. What we had is a full, complete traffic study done according to all standard methodology that was reviewed by licensed people that have professional licenses, by the town's consultants. And if you thought Jerry was tough tonight, you should have seen Joe the 3 weeks prior to our meeting. So Make no mistake about it, there was plenty of pushback on traffic in particular. We did a lot more work that we didn't think would normally be done, specifically in response to Joe's comment. All of that information, all the information that we used in that traffic study is in the traffic study. There's 1,500 pages in an attachment to that. That's all the data that we used. As far as the water goes, we're explicit on that. Okay, water and sewer are fundamentally different things, and when you analyze the systems, fundamentally different ways to analyze it. When we analyze the water estimates, we use methodologies that the water company was comfortable with. We would have used those same methodologies for estimating water demand if it were for sewer, but when we do sewer, we work with John Manini. And for those who know John Manini, you do things the way John wants them done. And we estimated according to a methodology that he was comfortable with, which ended up with a higher number, even though it, to your point, and to my point too, is counterintuitive with what you would expect. We were okay with that because we know our impacts can be mitigated, and if we end up with a higher number,
If I can just cut you off for a second. I understand that discussion, Title V versus your estimate for what you use at the facility. What you said was you're basing it on the Foxwoods existing MGM facility because it's very similar and the flow rates have been measured and you could share them and they're part of a 1,500-page report that was too big to be added as an appendix and it would be available. All I'm asking is, can you show that to me? And what scares me as of tonight is what I heard was that the facility in Connecticut is 8 times the size of what we're going to be getting in Massachusetts. What I heard prior to this is that MGM is identical to what we're going to be getting here in Milford. I don't know what to believe.
Okay, so the estimates for water, not sewer, were generated based on actual water usage at MGM Grand in Foxwoods. MGM Grand is a part of the Foxwoods facility. It's the newest part of Foxwoods facility, so it is the most similar systems and of a similar size to the Foxwoods proposal. So that's why we compared that data. It also had the best data of all the Foxwoods facilities. So the older facilities didn't have as good a metering. The MGM Grand did have very comprehensive metering and well identified. So it created a great set of information that we could use.
So that data is going to be available then?
It's been submitted to the town. It's been submitted to their reviewers. So we can make it available.
If you'll stop in after, give me your email. I know I've got it in the system somewhere. I'll send you the 1,500
Mr. Villani
pages.
certainly can find me. But I will give you my...
I'll send you the 1,500 pages tomorrow morning.
Okay. Just for clarity, the 1,500 pages is traffic. The water stuff isn't nearly that comprehensive.
I'm sorry. Which one did you want, the
Couple
traffic or the water?
Well, my understanding from Mr. Nunes is that the traffic data for Foxwoods is comprehensive. And if that hasn't been shared, I think it should be. What I've been told is that the water data is available.
Correct.
So frankly, I think we should have both.
All of that information was provided to both the Milford Water Company's reviewer, Tate and Howard, and to Ty and Bond. So we can make it available to you as well. We just got to make sure it gets posted in the right way.
All right. Let me shift gears from mitigation. One of the reasons why this casino is supposed to be coming to Milford is jobs and revenue, tax revenue and jobs. I just want to be clear because some of the presentation that Mr. Callaway had last week was, well, I think one hand went up for people that had reviewed it, and it was confusing to me. I just want to be clear with my understanding. There are 14 jobs averaging about $190,000, which will not be available to Milford residents, and they will be from outside of this community, Mr. Kronberg being one of them. Is that correct?
I assume you're referring to the upper-level management jobs.
That's correct.
In our analysis, we assume that most of those do come from out of the community. I would say if there's people in this community that apply for a job such as not related directly to the casino, but perhaps a hotel job, a food and beverage job of an upper-level management, they'd absolutely be considered for out of Milford. There's no reason not to.
Okay, you did list a number of those middle managers, and out of that, there were another 154 middle managers that were going to be outside and actually had a premium salary over the other ones. But I guess my conclusion is, when all is said and done, the slide that you had up there today said that of the 3,000 remaining jobs, The average job salary is $32,000 per year. What your brochures that have been coming out, that was on the slide. Frankly, I've got closer to $40,000 by my math. But the slide up there tonight said $32,000 per job for operating jobs. Your brochures say minimum of 50. I just want...
I believe the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just want one number to come out. And again, if you get rid of, if you skim off the 165 jobs that are going to be from outside of this community, the average job that the people of Milford who are reading all of these brochures, who are expecting a good paying job, the average is going to be $42,000.
I think you're confusing data. The slide that was up today, I believe you're referring to the economic impact study prepared by HRNA, which was more based on overall metrics, based on in-plan data, which is very separate from my analysis. What my labor analysis was, I showed last week, was a very detailed breakdown of the actual jobs that Foxwoods will employ and the specific rates related to those jobs.
And as I said, if I use your data and I skim off the 165 jobs that were for non-Milford residents whom you think probably are going to be pulled from outside, the average is $42,000 a year. I'm not saying that's a bad number. $42,000 is a respectable salary. It's not 50. And if people are going to be voting on this project, expecting a $50,000 job out of this facility, they're not going to get it.
But again, that's not a fair statement either. You know, if you look at the town of Milford, you definitely have a more highly educated group here. I would suspect that many of the unemployed here who own homes probably have pretty solid resumes, and there will be many management and supervisory jobs for which they'd be qualified, which will pay more than that $40,000. You're taking a weighted average for $40,000. You're taking into account all of the servers in the restaurants with tip jobs.
I'm just using the term that's used on the brochure.
I know, but I'm just trying to
50,000.
specify the jobs that would be available here and that for which we'd expect people to apply.
I'm not saying that someone's not going to be qualified for a $60,000 or $70,000 job. The brochure says average of at least $50,000 a year. That's not what your report says.
Mr. Mitchell, I really would love to have you continue, but, you know, we were trying to give everybody a shot. You've been on for over 20 minutes. If you could come back after everybody else has gone around, we'd be glad to entertain any further questions you have.
Can I do one last one? And the only reason I ask is what I'm hearing is $20 million a year. That's based on the 2.9% tax rate for $650 million. My concern, and I'm actually going to point to our selectmen here, is where is that money going to go? Because one of my concerns that I heard was that we might look for a level taxation here and take the number down from 2.9 down to the 1.7. I'm not saying that we're doing it, but that's a possibility. If that in fact is the case, your tax burden is going to drop from $20 million down to about $12 million.
No, it won't. Thank you. We're going to fix that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Berry?
If
it's an
that
agreement.
happens,
It's an agreement that you can put into the host community agreement. It's very simple. Mr. Mitchell, can we please, I mean, you keep asking for one more question. You've been on for almost 20 minutes. Thank you. We'll come back to you, but let the other folks ask their questions, and then if you're still here, feel free. Mr. George Berry. Okay. Tom Russ, excuse me.
Tom Russ, Craft Road, Milford. For all the folks here, does not give you a element of concern that we are entertaining Foxwoods Enterprise coming to town, and at the same time we have to discuss the issues of problem gambling and increased crime and increased overall need of safety forces all in the same breath? Doesn't that worry you? It does me. In any event, the question that I would like to pose to the Foxwoods consultants is, while I'm very pleased to understand that my net impact on the value of my house is going to be pretty much zero. Has anyone taken the opportunity to go out and ask folks, would they buy a house in the area of a casino? Is my house saleable no matter what the price is? I haven't heard anything that would suggest one way or the other. But I will tell you this, among the group of folks that I've asked over the past several weeks, would you buy my house, knowing that there's going to be a casino within a mile of it? And the answer I get back is a resounding no. So that suggests to me that no matter what you say about the values, whether they go up, whether they go down, whether they stay the same, I can't sell my house. Nobody wants it. Hence, I'm going to follow Rob's question to, well, Scott's gone, will you buy my house? Because that's what we're all going to be facing. Just a note to the selectmen. Got you guys. I wouldn't trade jobs with you for anything. But I will tell you this. What we're doing is contemplating giving the keys and all of the assets of Milford to Foxwoods for, what, some $20 million a year. Kind of what that suggests to a lot of folks is we're going to be a casino doormat. In other words, with our help, they're going to the Foxwoods will come in, and I realize that it's a business entity in that, but we're also inviting 20,000 people a day to our town to take advantage of whatever it is we have to offer. You talk about Essex, Connecticut, and the Mystic Seaport area. That is a destination. That plays well with the casino environment down there. It works. We are not a destination area. We've never been. And I hope we never become a destination area. This is not what our town's all about. Maybe Boston's a destination. But if we want to take it a step further, why don't we just go ahead and entertain the 2024 Olympics and just go for broke? At least in that sense, we'll have something that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Trutell. Steve? Bob Walker, excuse me. There's Steve.
The property as zoned now is intended for use as office park development for similar light industry or R&D facilities. Suggestion has been made a number of times by different people on your team that the density of development would far exceed what Foxwood's proposal would be, and far more traffic. And this seems to me like yet another spin on the facts. Number one, just as Foxwoods can't develop most of the site because of the intensity of vernal pools and wetlands on the site, so an office park can't develop to potential density, as has been suggested. Anybody driving down Fortune Boulevard on Beaver Street knows that the companies there cause no traffic issues, and you barely know that they're there. Compare that to 25 to 35,000 trips per day and 7 million customers a year. My second thing is a question to Sean. You think there might be shallow bedrock on the site, considering Milford Stone is currently operating a rock quarry on the site? Water doesn't infiltrate into rock very well. So for a project of this size and scope, could you not have verified top of rock and water table with simple and quick seismic refraction survey instead of assuming that you can manage stormwater by underground infiltration systems? And I think this speaks to the shallowness of some of the design assumptions because of this very compressed schedule.
So I'll answer the first question. We provided a document to the selectmen that shows 1.5 million square feet of office development on the property. It takes up less of a footprint than our proposed casino project because it allows 5 levels of building under current zoning. So we think 1.5 million square feet is absolutely reasonable to construct on this site given the wetland impacts and given the constraints with vernal pools. That project, 1.5 million square feet, would put 17,000 trips on Route 16. 17,000 trips on Route 16, because they would not have the opportunity to connect to the highway. Now, whether the town approves it or not, the bottom line is that's allowed as of right under zoning. Now, in answer to the question about the soils, the NRCS soil surveys, which is the data that we use for evaluating pre-development and post-development conditions, has every soil on site classified as a B-type soil. A B-type soil has very high transmissivity. Doesn't matter how big or how thick the layer above the bedrock is, water travels over the top of bedrock everywhere. So all we need to do is maintain 2 feet of separation from the bottom of our basins to the water level, and that's all that's required. We can do that by raising the elevation 2 feet. We can do that in other ways. People that have a septic system know very well you can build systems higher to get the infiltration that you need below them.
The issue is not the number of trips. The issue is the fact that they can't possibly develop to full density an office park on that site because of the same constraints you have.
1.5 million square feet isn't to full density. Full density is probably over 3 million square feet.
The wetlands and the vernal pools were all factored into that analysis.
Bob Walker.
Hello. My first question is, last week was my first experience to come to a town meeting about the casino, so I was really thankful to have that opportunity. Of all the proposed locations in Massachusetts, are they all being proposed by Foxwoods for the other towns?
No. Milford is
there-
the only location that we're pursuing.
Okay. So in opening up a new casino in Milford, what do you expect that to do to your casino in Connecticut?
As I did the market study, regardless if it's Foxwoods that opens up here or another casino, Foxwoods in Connecticut can expect to have a decline in revenues. I've seen their database. Clearly, a lot of players come from here, which is one reason why. Which is one reason they're focusing on this, is they have a big advantage to start off because they already have a database here. But the tax rate is the same. There's no advantage to have them in Connecticut having a casino here.
So what would be the reason to want to open up a second casino in Massachusetts?
Because if Foxwoods doesn't, then someone else will. You know, you'll have either Wynn or Suffolk Downs. One of those guys could win if Foxwoods doesn't. Then you have guys in Springfield. So there's going to be additional competition in Massachusetts, regardless of if Foxwoods wins or does not win. So
Okay, yeah,
even
so-
if Foxwoods didn't, even if Foxwoods' main casino was in Alabama, this would still be a great opportunity to pursue because of the revenue potential and great business opportunity.
Okay, yeah, so what you're probably, if I'm hearing you right, what you're saying is that there's going to be a casino in Massachusetts no matter what. It's just a matter of who's going to get it and which town it's going to go.
Actually, there would be 4. There would be 3 regional casinos, full-blown casinos, and 1 slots-only facility. So yes, there would be 4 casinos in Massachusetts, regardless of what happens in the town of Milford.
Gotcha, so if it's not Milford, it could just end up being another town. It could possibly even be a town next to us. No?
The 3 sites being proposed in this region right now are Milford, Boston, and Everett.
Okay.
And then there's Springfield and Taunton in the other regions.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So when I want to ask a question about the tax revenues. What percentage of the tax revenues go to the town of Milford, and what percentage go to the state of Massachusetts?
In terms of the state tax revenue, that obviously goes to the state. The purpose of negotiating the host community agreement is to make sure that the local community is compensated appropriately for the new casino development. And I don't know if Sid has more details on the actual legislation on it.
Tax revenue
Real
in the
estate
town
tax revenue the
stays-
real estate tax revenue stays here. The state gaming tax is busted up into a whole bunch of subsections. It's in the statute. There's a summary of it, I believe, on the website. If not, we can certainly provide it to you. It goes on for pages and pages. Some of the money comes back to the local community, some of it goes to the state, some goes to special funds. So it goes on and on and on. If you see me after, I'll give you the citation where you can see which portion comes to where.
Similar
Okay,
with
so-
meals tax, excise tax, property tax.
Well,
Yep,
there's real estate property
So there is a
taxes.
breakdown of what percentage of money is going to come to Milford, what percentage is going to come to the town. I'm trying to understand just, where the money's going to go, the revenues
The real
are coming
estate
to more than
taxes all
just
come to
Milford.
the city, or to the town. The hotel tax all comes to the town. You don't have a meal tax. It was never enacted. It was proposed. I think it wasn't enacted. Those are the direct taxes that are paid by the casino to the town. So that's where they get the $19.1 million number that is the current estimate of real estate taxes. That's where they get the roughly $900,000 hotel tax based on the occupancy that the casino developer has projected. If anything is done with the food and beverage tax, that was proposed to be at 5% of the revenues of any local restaurant. There you've got a little bit of a tricky legal issue. You'd have a hard time charging them the 5%. No, not a hard time. You couldn't. Charging them the 5% and not charging it to every other restaurant. So maybe there's some other way around it. But right now, that tax doesn't exist. So those are the town taxes. Then you have the state tax of 25% of gaming revenue. And that's the one that I say goes on for pages as to how it's whacked up and where it goes. So if you'd like, I can give you the site. It's understandable, legible, but it'll take 15 minutes to walk through it all.
Yeah, I was more just concerned about, of the total amount of tax that's, revenue that's given to, generated from Foxwoods or from the casino, just what percentage of all the taxes would go to the town, what percentage would go to the state. So it sounds like it's in the summary, basically, I can just look it up there and add it up from there.
The state tax is 25%.
And so so then 75% of the taxes would come back to the town revenues? Is what you think?
No, I think we're missing each other. Why don't I catch you offline
That's
after
fine.
we're finished?
It's in the summary, so that's the important, that answers my question. I had another question about the economic impact to small businesses, particularly in restaurants. You said that most of the traffic that's going to be coming to the casino is going to be going through 495. If most of the traffic is going to be going through 495, how does that traffic affect, how is there going to be an increased traffic for local businesses if they're all going through the highway?
In terms of restaurants, and particularly the ones in the town of Milford, those are the ones I was saying. I don't believe that those 20,000 people a day to Foxwoods will use those restaurants. I believe the positive impact on the restaurants in the town will be from the 3,200 employees. Very often when you're at work, when it's time for your lunch break, you don't want to eat where you work. You choose to leave, and it's logical that you're going to leave and go to your backyard, which is in Milford. There will probably be a positive impact on the restaurants right by the highway, but again, I don't see that as being significant. The dining experience you get at a restaurant in Milford is completely different from the one you're going to get in the casino. So again, the positive will be from the people who work at the casino.
Okay, so how about the other businesses in the town? If the economic impact is going to help other small businesses in the town, is
Sure.
that just going to be based off the employees of the casino?
No, the hotels specifically, when I did my hotel market assessment, this is a very small hotel for development of this size. There's going to be a significant amount of demand from gamers for hotel rooms, and most of that demand is going to occur during weekend periods. The hotels that are in Milford right now are very commercial-centric hotels. If you look at the trend reports, their occupancy is much higher during the midweek than it is during the weekends. So the casino will take advantage of that and want to, and it'll benefit the hotel owners because they're going to rent rooms from those local hotels during the weekend periods to put their gamers in because they don't have enough hotel rooms with their 350 rooms. So that's going to be a positive impact for that. In terms of local theaters, there'll be a voucher system guaranteed. I know right now it's $50,000 a year. I don't know what the total amount will be. That will go towards those businesses. And outside of retail type businesses, other businesses around here that provide services will be providing them to the casino because the casino, considering how much money it's going to be producing and how much funds, how much goods they're going to have to buy, will look to buy locally, as any casino would because it's less expensive to do so.
Okay. I had another question just on the crime statistics they were talking about earlier. I think I wrote down Steve. I'm sorry, I can't tell which person, but
I'm Steve.
I think, okay, thanks, sorry, Steve, thanks. Had mentioned that most of the crimes that would be, the crime rate that would increase would be only due to petty crimes? That's what you said?
Correct, yes. And they're generally things like purse snatchings that take place inside the casino. We don't see a impact on the surrounding community, but it is inside the casino, and again, all of those costs were mitigated. I believe the chief is coming up to speak to that right now.
Myself and the fire chief had the opportunity to go to Foxwoods down in Connecticut. They provided us with all of their statistics, their calls for service. I pulled off of that the Part 1, Part 2 crimes. So that's the crimes that we report to the FBI as well as they report. For Foxwoods, when you look at what the FBI calls serious crime, they have no murders, no robberies, no rapes, no kidnappings. And you work your way down, and the largest number is larcenies, 138 for the year in 2012. Correspondingly, Milford, we were over 600. So the bulk of their crimes, when you look at Part 2s, you work your way down, it's the largest number is 121 people that they wanted to leave the property as trespassers. So no significant crime level that we could identify on their property. We did look at information that was provided to us, provided to the chairman of the selectmen, Bill Buckley, as it relates to the town of Ledyard. And over the term of, I think it was 19 years, they haven't seen an increase. In fact, they saw a decrease over a number of years. Foxwoods, the property itself, based on the numbers they provided, Ledyard, early on, the numbers went up the first 2 years, and then they leveled off and again came down. So information from them, information 2012, right from the police department, the tribal police department, the numbers aren't significant at all, as from a policing perspective, professionally when I look at it. And then I looked at the casino-free documents, and in fact, they cite in their document, I don't have the date right here in front of me, but one of their documents, they went and looked at Ledyard and Montville to determine the crime levels, and they found no increase at all. So that's the stats.
Well, the reason why I wanted clarification was just because when I had done some reading up on a study from 2009 from Springfield by the National Association of Realtors, and they had listed FBI statistics that the FBI says that for an average county with 100,000 population size, introduction of a casino implies, and I'll give you the crimes that they list. They say 615 more larcenies, 325 more burglaries, 272 more auto thefts, 10 more rapes, 65 more robberies, and 100 more aggravated assaults. Were those also added into the account?
I could only tell you, I looked at 2012, every call for service that their police department performed on the Foxwood properties, to include the tribal housing. So, where the Native Americans reside on that property, they provide the policing service there. And the statistics do not show that level of crime. Secondarily, I had the documents, as I indicated, from Ledyard. There's quotes that you can pull off of studies from the Connecticut State Police that speak to the crime levels at one point going up slightly and then leveling off. If you look at the Ledyard numbers, the variance over a 6-year period is 50 offenses from the highest point to the lowest point. So not a significant movement. As I indicated to you, the number of larcenies that they had, you're touching on it, they had 121, I believe the number was I just cited. We had over 600 here in Milford last year.
Yeah, I think the numbers that I was just looking at were the FBI statistics, so for their average. So, but that's
right. That's an average, but you have to keep in mind, if you in comparisons, if you want to take, and I know people, when you start looking around the country, I can pull up studies that I've read that speak to the casinos in Detroit, that speak to the casinos in other major cities that have some trouble and crime problems. So I think it's, to be cautious.
Of course, yeah,
that's
of
all.
course, absolutely, absolutely. Do you, would you expect there to be some more increase in some of these other crimes as well in Milford? Looking at, having your experience with Milford?
I don't suspect it. I honestly, I don't believe it will. And I'm looking at the numbers. Foxwoods are much larger complex than is being proposed here. I'm talking Foxwoods, Connecticut. And we spent, a whole day down there walking through their facilities behind the scenes. We want to see how they operate, security, et cetera, fire protection. But in looking at their calls for service and looking at the experience in those surrounding communities, based on the information that they've given us, from the Connecticut State Police as well as from the town of Ledyard, I don't think we're going to have the issue. We did build in, we do more calls for service. They're projecting 6,000 calls for service to that property, and that's the consultants. If that's the case, I have 4 sectors in town that, and then Main Street sector. I have 2 sectors. One did over 9,000 calls for service, the other over 7,000. So 6,000 doesn't alarm me because that's all calls for service. And that doesn't mean crimes. We're going to have 2 officers assigned there 24 hours a day to that as a sector. We split the town up. The other sectors, we have 1. So we have 1 officer 24 hours a day handling 9,000 calls in 1 section of town. To have 2 officers there to handle 6,000, not a problem at all.
Do you know about
Thank
how
you,
much?
Chief. Mr. Walker,
just
can
one last question.
can I offer to you the same thing we did Mr. Mitchell?
Of course, yeah.
You've had about
I just was trying to get clarification. So
yeah,
how much
no, but
bigger
there's
is
about
Milford
10
than
other
Ledyard?
people that would like to speak.
Yeah,
Can
that's
I
fine.
ask you to
I'll stop my questions and let everybody else talk. Thank you for your
Great.
time.
Come back at the end if you like.
Thank you.
Sure. Peter Scandone, thank you, Chief. Peter? John Cosnera, can't quite see the last part. From 6 Richard Street, John? Nope. Scott? Oh, there you go.
John from 6 Richard Street. Just a short question geared for the selectmen of Milford. As a 42-year-old lifelong resident of the town of Milford and father of 2 young children, I am very concerned of the negative impact the proposed casino will be for them and our town. I foresee increased crime, poverty, gambling addiction, and increased need for school resources, higher local taxes to counter this, limited water supply, increased traffic, decreased property values, and in general, Milford would be left with enormous costs with little gain. It would in no way improve the quality of life for our town. So I simply ask the Board of Selectmen, why have you not used your authority to stop the proposed before it can reach a town vote?
Thank you. Scott Brickley, please.
Hi, Scott Brickley from 433 East Main Street. I have a couple of major concerns. I talked about them a little bit last week. One of my main concerns is the construction process. We're right at ground zero. We're right across the street from that access road, approximately about 300 feet from my driveway. So we've had problems before. He's gone now, but Jeff from Zane Circle was commenting about him earlier, the fact that we've had problems with the blasting with Milford Stone. We've been to a town meeting about it a little while ago, and it's been good so far. But the problem is Zane Circle and East Main Street, that section of East Main Street is basically on the same ledge where you guys are going to be working if this goes through, if it comes to that. And it's a real issue because every time that ledge is disturbed through blasting, it reverberates right through all the foundations on Zane Circle and on East Main Street, that section of East Main. So it's a real problem. And just like to know, what kind of blasting is going to be done during the process?
Yeah, so right now, we don't know the extent of blasting, but there's a fairly high likelihood that that'll occur. Like the chief said, the fire chief, blasting is extremely tightly managed by both the state and the fire department. So we'll work hand in hand with them, and we'll do everything that's required to make sure that nothing goes beyond the site. And it means adjusting the blast sizes, it means adjusting our excavation processes. We'll make sure that happens.
Yeah, I have trouble trying to figure out why you guys want to try so hard for this site. It's really not the highest and best use of that land in terms of, all the stuff that has to be done in order for it to be developed. I mean, it's not only that, but the access road where it is, I mean, we have problems on Route 16 as it is right now. The traffic comes down there like 40, 45 miles an hour, and it's a real problem trying to get out of the driveway. I mean, to add another, a whole nother stream of cars, plus employees to that section of road, and the employees, like you said, are going to be using it. So it's a real problem.
From a developer standpoint, the reason that site is so attractive, why Foxwoods is pursuing it, is because of its access to 495. It will have phenomenal access. The reason that Foxwoods is pursuing this is because they believe, as I do as well, that 95% of the traffic is going to come from that highway, and having that highway access is very significant. That's why it's being pursued. If Foxwoods, or if any of us believe that the traffic was going to come from 16, which it does have traffic problems, they wouldn't pursue it. It's because we know it's a 495 development.
And we'll add to that, too, it also, one of the appealing factors that distinguishes us from the other casinos in Region A, if anybody travels to and from Boston at any time during the week, we think, as far as a comparison between this site and the other Boston sites, it's far more accessible.
Yeah, it's just, as a neighbor, I mean, I really don't think, I mean, I'm just imagining the CD road you guys are talking about. It's going to have like, what, 5 lanes on each side of the road in total? I mean, it's like, there'd have to be a sound barrier there. I mean, it's just like, you really want to go through all that trouble just to go ahead and put a casino in town? I mean, it just seems like it's off the charts in terms of how much effort has to be put into this just to go ahead and put it into a small town like Milford. That's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Walker? Oh, that's not John. There's a Beth, starts with a C, at 42 Sunset Drive, and I can't quite make out the handwriting. Beth from 42 Sunset Drive.
Nope.
Jose Costa, rather.
Good evening, and thank you. I guess I'll start by just repeating a comment that was made tonight by Mr. Butera, which really touches on the issue I have. I'm not against the casino in my backyard, and I know there's people probably like that, and I know there's people that just look at the money and just say, I don't care about any issues, so you've got both sides. The problem I have with this is the process. And Mr. Butera started today saying this is a project of magnitude. He used the word magnitude. And that's a problem. When you have a project of magnitude and you start, really you started in April, I can't understand how you can get this process through and how you can ask the selectmen, if I'm sitting in their shoes, to actually try to mitigate all of the issues without even knowing the answers. I mean, not even knowing what the issues are completely. Because the problem I have with what I hear is I hear things like, we think, and we heard it tonight, possibly, should, averages, and that's not facts. Sean, you talked about earlier about you did your traffic study or 3 weeks or whatever. I was doing some research on a traffic study that was just done recently by the Mass DOT on the interchange of the I-495 and I-90 and Route 9. That took over a year and a half. And that was just a study, not coming up with the plans on how to address the issues. That's just a study. And, you know, so that's really the issues I have. I can't understand how the selectmen are going to be able to come up with an agreement without really knowing the facts of what the real problems are. You know, and I can understand, I heard the words tonight that we can open this up and, you know, we'll get more, we'll vet it out more, and Mr. Butera said we'll vet it out more during the process. The first speaker that came up, you know, said something that was really good. We lose all leverage once the agreement's signed. And that's the problem, and I can't see how we can go into an agreement like this. Hey, I think the money is great, absolutely, and I think it's great, but we also can't also neglect everything else that we heard. And so that's really the problem I have with this whole process right now. Sean, just to touch on an item, I mean, let me touch on 2 items and then I'll leave. The hotel thing that was just brought up earlier, the comment about the hotels, you know, it's the weekend, so they're not really going to impact Milford hotels. I can't believe you said that. You know, you are going to impact Milford hotels during the week because you're going to go after those people. Those are business people that stay in those hotels that you want to gamble at the facility. So you will be pulling people out of these hotels. So it's revenue that's currently Milford is getting that they won't get for those hotels. You'll probably put a few of them out of business.
So, absolutely not true, by the way.
Well, okay, so that's fine. It's by the way, what data do you have to say that's not true?
From doing these studies for the past 10 years and seeing trends in hotels that surround casinos and understand what happens to them, but if you look at casino developments, look at the number of hotels that are built around them as they get up and running and are developing. And when I refer to the availability on the weekends, that's based on a Smith Travel Research report that shows the occupancy of the hotels, because all the hotels report their data, and it shows the occupancy by day of week. And I can, in terms of taking the business travelers away, business travelers who are coming to Milford are going to branded flagged hotels as being paid for by their corporations. The rates at the Foxwoods Hotel will be more expensive, and those business travelers won't stay there.
Have you stayed at Foxwoods in Connecticut during the week?
I've stayed at Foxwoods numerous times. Yes,
So
I have stayed there during the week.
Have you paid the rates down there during the week?
Foxwoods has 1,800 hotel rooms. This is only 350 hotel rooms.
I understand, but it's going to be very similar because you want them to gamble. But forget that part of it. I just couldn't misdress in that part. But this is this is my last point. You know, as I talked about the issues that are really haven't been vetted out and they haven't, for example, we talk about traffic type of thing, and I think Selectman Attorney Murray asked before about the 495, how do you can you get it into interchange? Sean made the point, or whoever made the point at that time, that, oh, we looked at the maps from DOT. I think it's correct. I mean, you know, maps really, especially some that go back 40, 50 years, aren't always accurate. You need to walk that area and really measure every point. The schools, when we look at the schools aspect of it, I didn't hear anybody talked about, you looked at the school's district plan, that you reviewed the district plan. Even if you took a look at those 21 students, if that's it's correct, you know, where are they going into? Is it going to be kindergarten and so forth? What happens if all 21 go into kindergarten? Can the schools accommodate it and all that? I mean, that's the type of stuff you haven't gone into. But Sean, you made a great point a couple meetings ago in traffic where you said, if we can't do 495, this project is not viable.
Correct.
You also said that in your meeting with DOT, that you think it's about 18 months, and you said it tonight as well. At that time, Selectman Attorney Murray asked you to have a copy of the attendees of that meeting, and you did provide that and put it on the website. I actually sent an email to everybody that attended that meeting, and I asked them a few questions. I got a response on Monday, and the response was that they would have to start and do a study similar to what they did at the one I just referenced on 90, 495, and Route 9 area, which took a year and a half, before they go further with any kind of discussions on permanent and that. So I think your timetables are probably a little bit off. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson, Rich Hudson.
Hi, how you doing? I'm really kicking myself for not getting here earlier because I'm only going to be like 2 minutes, and I had to sit through all this. That's I just lost my patience. I just had a friend who left. I was going to ask a question. This is my lovely wife. She's going after me, but she's just going to stay in with me. We're going to get this out of the way. We go to Foxwoods plenty of times. You know, we've never really won big at Foxwoods. You know, so I look at winning $20 million right now is a nice lottery ticket to share with my neighbors. Talking about the timing and all that stuff, I remember at the previous presentation with a gentleman from Tetra Tech was talking about the Fast 14, how they replaced 14 bridges in 14 weekends. So I would imagine doing one bridge and 3 miles of roadway will be, you know, quicker than what people think in 20 years or whatever. It'll be definitely within a year, 2 years. You know, when people are talking about the crime, you know, there's crime in Milford already, so I'm pumped that we're going to have more police officers here, you know. People talking about prostitution or whatever, you know, there was a massage parlor in downtown Milford that got shut down a few months ago for prostitution, so that's already here, you know. At least having a casino, we have something to blame, you know, even though it's already here. I like the fact that we're having 9 additional firefighters when in Foxwoods in Connecticut, they've never had a fire. So that's pretty cool that they're going to give us 9 more firefighters here, which I think is awesome that Foxwoods going way above and beyond to this community. They're even concerned about frogs and tadpoles and salamanders. That being said, you know, another additional just $20 million going along with the 3,000 plus jobs and other jobs that are coming from this casino. You know, I'm thrilled. I'm looking forward to Foxwoods coming to our community. And I hope my residents and fellow neighbors could share our $20 million before another town gets it. And, you know, $20 million every single year, like my children will be able to enjoy this $20 million. And this money is going towards the schools and all that hoopla, you know, more jobs. I forget where I was going with this.
Well, you hit a high note.
Well, that's so. Say everything goes through. You know, the town votes yes. You know, the town meeting members say yes. What are our chances of winning a gaming license? Like, is that like 3 steps from now, 4 steps from now? And when it does get to that point, will we be able to have? Will we be able to? Do we have a better chance against Everett and Revere and Suffolk Downs and all that?
We think we have a very strong proposal, but statistically, we're 1 out of 3, so there's your odds.
Awesome. All right, well, again, that $20 million would be great. We could pave every road for the next, you know, however long. You know, we got 100-year-old pipes that, where else are we going to pay for these pipes? Like, it's great the project will pay for these pipes, you know, the 100-year-old pipes, you know. Like, I don't want to come out of my tax dollars, and I saw a quote from one of the selectmen saying that if there is a casino here, that $20 million, some of it will go back to the residents, so that's money back in my pocket. So again, I would like to share my lottery ticket with my neighbors and my fellow, you know, neighbors and friends, that I really don't want another town getting this lottery ticket. My dog's waiting for me at home. He probably has to get walked. I'm really, really mad that I didn't get here like at 6:50 to get number 24. Like, it's just ridiculous sitting through some of this stuff. I apologize. This is like a South Park episode. You ever see that South Park episode with the meeting member? Well, thank you very much. You know.
Thank you.
And my wife is next, but she's just going to skip her turn.
Perfect.
We just got married, and we're very much looking forward to raising a family here. And this is just going to be awesome to have my kids enjoy everything that I'm going to be able to enjoy. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And good night.
Joe Hyder, I believe it is.
I don't know if I can top that.
That's a tough one to top.
Tough one to top, yeah.
This is my fourth meeting and the third time I'm going to share my comments with my friends and neighbors. But firstly, I want to thank the chiefs for their due diligence, the Board of Selectmen, and all the town officials for their due diligence. It's really a wonderful feeling, whether you're pro or con about this project, to know that our town officials really have our best interests at heart, and they're to be lauded. Just, a few light comments. My question is, how will this help Milford? And what really hasn't been articulated through the four meetings that I've been to, is there anyone else out there coming into this town willing to make this kind of investment to help our community, like my friend who just left and how he articulated himself so wonderfully? What is truly in it for Milford? And one thing that hasn't been discussed through this whole process, and I'll be succinct on this, is the ripple effect. The ripple effect that was touched on about the hotels, the occupancy rate, the taxes that will be coming to the town. The infrastructure of Milford can only be improved by this. I don't see anything coming into town. You go up and down Fortune Boulevard, where the old EMC2, I believe, used to be, is now empty. It's been empty there a long time. We need more help in the center of our town with our businesses, with new restaurants, with shops. The purveyors, our friends at Fox would say they'll be using our purveyors, our local purveyors. That's another part of our ripple effect that will give more jobs, more revenues, and more business to our community. At that, gentlemen and ladies, I'm done. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Valencia.
Good evening. My name is Maria Valencia. I live in 7 Bale Road. I just have to say before I ask any questions, whoever's in charge of this meeting, they should put limited time for everybody. I don't care who they are, because pretty soon it's midnight and everybody, those here look tired and everybody left. But anyway, I'm going to go to my question. My question is, I would like to ask the folks of the Foxwood Group to talk about some points in the host agreement that would be important to our town.
Well, I think we've touched on most of them. We have not had the opportunity to actually enter into the host community agreement. I think Mr. Froelich, perhaps as somebody who's worked in another community draft, can give a concept of some of the things that go into a host community agreement.
Sure. Host community agreement will have all of the commitments they've made as to how they're going to design the project, what it's going to look like. Within certain, small variances, they'll be permitted all of the traffic, the collector road, everything they're going to do on Route 16, the commitments they've made on water, all of the impacts will be reflected in the agreement, and there will be promises, contractual promises that will be made. In addition, there will be provision on real estate taxes that will specify how much they're going to pay. There will be a provision that says they will pay all their hotel taxes. There will be some negotiations as to how much of that money we want to get before it's due under the local ordinances. There will be provisions that will be negotiated relative to what they'll do charitably to the not-for-profit organizations in the town. There will be a provision that specifically says if you tell me you're going to spend $50 million on local vendor assistance and purchases, there will be standards to comply with that, and we'll specify that dollar amount if that's what we come up with. It'll go on and on and on. The document is If you want to look at what a document looks like, we drafted the one in Springfield. It's probably, with exhibits, it's probably 125 pages. It's very specific, and it deals with all of the commitments they made and turns them into contractual promises and said, you will deliver those.
Great. That's all we need in Milford, and I'm hoping, you know, pretty soon start building the casino. But I have to say, all through the night, a lot of the folks who spoke looks like they only live in their areas. Looks like they don't know our town at all. Because if they know our town at all, they would see what's going on. If they will live on Jefferson Street, South Bow, North Bow, Franklin Street, they knew, you know, how it's like to wake up in the morning and, you know, making noise and everything. But I'm going to the schools also. Having 20 or 25 kids in our schools, I don't think it'll be an impact at all, because we already have ESL teachers, and I believe it in every school in Milford. And we need people to come to Milford. We need people to buy the houses we have for sale. We have about 100 houses for sale in Milford. We have a lot of apartments for rent. We have houses for auction. We need people to come to Milford. I don't care if it's from the casino, if it's from someplace else. We need people to come to Milford to help us with the revenue, with our tax. This morning, from WMRC, I heard our school committee vote to build a new school, was going to cost $68 million. I know the state will give us some money, but what are we going to get the other money? Taxpayers. And I have to say, wake up, Milford. If we don't grab this opportunity now, we're not going to have another one like this one. We need it. We need it to help us with the tax, with the revenues, whatever the town will need it. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are all the folks that signed up. Appreciate your attendance. We'll keep you posted. There will be all of the things that were put up on the screen will be put up on the website tomorrow. Mr. Mitchell, if you have any questions left, come on down. Thank you.
Thank you.